the leaders in the invocation and the pledge. We stand.
Let us pray. God Almighty in heaven, we thank you for this opportunity to gather here today. We ask for your wisdom and your guidance in these proceedings to do the right thing, do the best thing. Thank you for these who are here, God. Help us to get through this, and we love you and we give you honor in these proceedings. And it's in your precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated.
I will now do the roll call. Ms. Felicia Brown. Here. Ms. Lorraine Regulus.
Here.
Sean Taylor.
Here.
Mr. Albert Bussey.
Present.
And Mr. Martin Gray.
Here.
All councilmen.
Thank you. This is case number 2024-001, Clayton Nelson complainant versus Katrina Felder respondent. At this hearing, the conduct of the parties shall be dignified both on and off the record. Misconduct before the board may be grounds for summary exclusion from the hearing. The hearing is intended to receive evidence either to refute or to substantiate specific charges. It shall not be a forum for discussion of extraneous or irrelevant matters having no bearing on the charges. The alleged misconduct of others who may have escaped discipline in the past shall serve as no defense. All parties at action and witnesses shall be given ample time and opportunity to develop points, subject to the discretion of the board. It should be recognized that the board is composed of private citizens. Accordingly, the board may not follow established legal procedures as might be expected in a court of law. However, in taking testimony and in considering the evidence, the board shall follow accepted legal procedure insofar as is practical, but shall not be bound by the technical rules of evidence observed in courts of law. The board may listen to hearsay testimony and assign such weight as may be warranted, and may accept depositions and affidavits if such testimony is material and relevant to the issues. The board may decline to listen to numerous character witnesses or numbers of witnesses testifying to identical facts. The complainant's evidence must prove that the respondent is guilty of the offense charged by the evidentiary standard commonly referred to as preponderance of the evidence. The complainant presents his case first. At the conclusion of the complainant's case, the respondent shall be entitled to move for dismissal based on insufficient evidence on the part of the complainant's case. If the board does not dismiss the complainant's case, the respondent shall be entitled to present her evidence to the board. The respondent is not required to testify before the board. The absence of respondent's testimony shall not be viewed by the board as an omission of any sort. At the conclusion of the respondent's case, the complainant may offer rebuttal evidence only to those items presented in respondent's case. At the conclusion of the complainant's rebuttal, respondent shall be entitled to offer rebuttal evidence only to those matters presented in the complainant's rebuttal case. All parties and witnesses are subject to cross-examination. Board members may ask questions of any of the individuals who testify before the board. The board may vote at the conclusion of all questions by parties and board members, the chairperson shall end the hearing and permit the board to deliberate in private. The board may vote immediately after deliberations are concluded, or they may continue the meeting for up to 2 weeks when a public vote must be taken. An order will be generated by the board and submitted to the mayor, city commission, and city clerk for the inclusion in the minutes within 5 days of the completed hearing, unless the board continues the meeting for up to 2 weeks, after which a public vote must be taken and an order and submitted to the mayor and city commission. appeal, any final decision by the Board of Ethics shall be reviewable by the City Commission in a public meeting set for such purposes. The request for appeal shall be filed within 10 days after issuance of a final decision by the Board of Ethics with the city manager. Are there any questions regarding these hearing procedures? Is the complainant ready to proceed?
We are.
Is the respondent ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor. I would ask that any of the witnesses, I know Mr. Nelson has several witnesses subpoenaed, and we do as well. I think for a fair and proper hearing, it would be the right thing to do to have any witnesses that were subpoenaed sequestered from the room until such time as they're called to testify.
I agree.
I would suggest that the parties call the names of your witnesses.
I can go ahead and call mine while they're looking for theirs. Diane Hopkins.
Here.
Ulysses Rayford. Shanita Bennett.
Here.
Marion Solomon Gaines.
Here.
Mara Lake. Michelangelo James. Robin Brookins.
She was here. She's in the building.
Okay. And Greg Smith.
We have Alvin Nelson, Ulysses Rayford, Robin Borkins, because we have some repeat, and Greg Smith. And that's it.
You all may leave the room. Patrick has, Mr. Simmons has a place for you.
That's how I heard it too many times. Catch it on the back. Sure you would.
Okay. Does either party care to make an opening statement?
Yes, sir. Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Nelson initially had concerns because of the, can everyone hear me? Okay. Oh,
Leave it open.
He said you have to, because it's a public hearing, you have to leave it open.
Okay.
You have to leave it
I
up.
think we need.
Mr. Roberts, you have to leave it open, sir.
ready? Okay. Mr. Nelson initially had concerns concerning, as a taxpayer, concerning the usage of Mrs. Felder uses of the credit card. His main letter target Red Booth, which is a cigar bar in Atlanta. Although it makes that his initial complaint, when you read deeper into his letter, his whole concern said that is what caused him the red flag. If anyone is familiar with the Red Bar, it's a cigar bar that requires a secret code to go in. The Red Bar do not serve food. However, you do order food to come there, but the Red Bar itself does not. It's a cigar bar for, I don't understand why you need, I do understand why you need a special code, because it's not a place that everyone can go into. That was the first concern Mr. Nelson had, which caused him to want to look deeper into the usage of the taxpayers' funds, because that's what this is about, the taxpayers' dollars, rather not someone is abusing that credit card use. And we believe that we're going to have significant evidence through the credit card use to show that not only did Miss Felter abuse that, she blatantly, intentionally, recklessly abused it. You're going to see in the evidence that we're going to present, you're going to see where she went in there at places with 4 people. You all know y'all code better than I do because I've read it just to prepare for this meeting. A person with that credit card is given that credit card, and when they're given that credit card, they have to sign some type of document which would tell them how to use that credit card, what the purpose of that credit card for. And it is for travel, but it's not for just to abuse the taxpayers' dollars. And that's what we're going to see in this instance here. You're going to see her with her fiance, boyfriend, or whatever it is, eating at a restaurant, and you're going to see the receipt. That shows who paid for it. It was the citizen of Waycross who paid for that meal, not Miss Felder. And you know, Miss Felder can travel wherever she want to go. However, when it's on her personal stuff, even when you're on a trip, some parts of your trip can be personal in nature. And some part of her trips was most likely personal in nature because you can look at the receipts, and the receipts going to back up that personal in nature, which going to show abuse of this credit card use. And the reason I say it was intentional is because when I see stuff like hogs and bogs here in Waycross, which is not in a travel place, or either Chick-fil-A, that's someone swapping a card just because they got it in their possession. And I don't believe the citizen of Waycross intended for that credit card to be used like that. And that's the reason why we hear not only about the red booth, and I know that you all, that is what something stood out. But again, Red Booth is not a place that a person should be utilizing the city of Waycross card for. It's a private cigar bar. It's 2 of them in Atlanta, one in downtown Atlanta and one in Buckhead. And that's what the cigar bar, that's what the Red Phone Booth is. And I don't believe that the citizen of Waycross intended for someone and they taxpayer dollars to be misused in that form. And I believe that we have enough documentation to show that today. Thank you.
First, I want to thank the 5 of y'all for holding this. I would ask that y'all listen carefully to what you hear and what you don't hear today. This is a little bit different process than what I'm used to because y'all have had several meetings where y'all have heard some of the allegations and things and so forth against Ms. Felder. Usually when I'm in front of a judge or a jury, they're hearing it for the first time. So y'all have a little bit more knowledge going into this of the allegations. You know, we're here on a beautiful Friday afternoon. Ware County's playing football tonight at 7:30. We might be here when they kick off the way it seems. But, you know, this whole thing, it kind of just blows my mind that we're even here. And I think it'll be very evident to y'all when I make a motion to dismiss when they get done presenting their case today. I want to talk about the red phone booth. Can't believe I'm even talking about it, but I'm going to talk about it. Mr. Nelson brought an allegation against my client that she went to the red phone booth in Atlanta and that this was a terrible thing for taxpayers to be paying for. But what he did not tell y'all and what else he did not look into was the fact that Henry Strickland was there, the fact that Shanita Bennett was there, and the fact that Mayor Michelangelo James was there. And they weren't at the red phone booth. They were at a restaurant called Amalfi Pizza, which is connected to the red phone booth. And you'll see that from the credit card statement. It says red phone booth / Amalfi Pizza. You will see the credit card receipts turned in by Ms. Felder, by Commissioner Strickland, by Commissioner Bennett, and by Mayor Michelangelo James from Amalfi Pizza restaurant where they ate together while they were in Atlanta, Georgia. There's no evidence whatsoever that they even went into the red phone booth or bought anything at the red phone booth. It's simply an establishment that is owned by the same people, and you run your credit card at one. Just like if somebody went to red phone booth only and didn't go to Amalfi Pizza and ran their credit card at red phone booth, it's going to come up and say red phone booth and Amalfi Pizza. But the receipts that were turned in show that the commissioners and the mayor, who nobody else cared about, only my client was focused on because of this, went and ate at Amalfi Pizza, which is totally okay pursuant to the code. What else you're going to see here today is that people in this process, I've watched the meetings, I've read the transcripts, and people in this process really have no idea what's going on in this city government. I've heard over and over and over again the $5,000 travel and training budget, $5,000 travel and training budget. Mr. Nelson alleges that my client went over a $5,000 travel and training budget. The budget's $10,000, ladies and gentlemen. It's not $5,000. So we're starting out not even knowing what we're talking about. Another issue that we have here with Mr. Nelson and his calculations of how my client has allegedly gone over her budget is the fact that he doesn't understand the difference between a calendar year and a fiscal year. The city operates on a fiscal year, which is July 1 until June 30th of the following year. That would be where your budget is calculated from and how you would determine whether someone went over their budget or not. He submitted all his evidence to you, calculating from January 1st to December 31st. Obviously, that could result in you being over budget during that time frame when you're not over budget on the fiscal year, which is what actually matters. He has submitted to y'all a vague allegation about a credit card budget and a travel and training budget. Well, there's no difference. There's just a travel and training budget. There's a $10,000 budget for travel and training, and the credit card pays for those expenses on the travel and training. So he's essentially double dipping into these allegations because he's talking about her expense vouchers where she's got a $400 hotel bill and a parking fee or whatever it is on the expense voucher. And then he jumps over and talks about it being on the credit card voucher. But you use the credit card as a commissioner to pay for these travel and training things, but then you submit an expense voucher to show these trips you've taken. So those two things can't be added together and totaled that kind of way. And so I think at the end of the day, once you see this, one other thing I want to touch on is the fact that there's been multiple people get up here and testify about the per diem for the commissioners. There is no per diem for the commissioners in the city of Waycross. It's clear in the handbook of the city of Waycross that there is no per diem for executives, which would the mayor and the commissioners would fall under. And nobody's told y'all that until today. And we plan on making sure that's known to y'all before we leave here today. So at the end of the day, which might be very late tonight, I'm going to ask y'all to dismiss this after the respondent presents his case. And I believe that would be the proper thing to do. And that's what I'll be asking y'all to do. And thank you for your time.
The complainant may call your first witness.
I call Mr. Nelson. What did he say? You want him to sit here? Oh, over there.
We have a place right here, but whatever the board was, he can sit at the table, he can come over here.
The place right there.
Mr. Nelson, you raise your right hand. Mr. Nelson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Nelson, state your full name for the record.
Clayton Lee Nelson,
Okay. And where do you reside?
503 Main Street, Waycross.
Are you a resident of Waycross, Georgia?
Yes,
Are you a voter in Waycross, Georgia? Okay. And directing your attention to your complaint, what caused you to make this complaint?
As I said, when I saw the receipt from the rate on, and I felt and knew that was not in accordance with what should be done to a credit card by the city.
Okay. And did you do further investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did you do that further investigation?
Through records, through open records.
You did an open record request? Is that it? Okay. And when you did your open record request, did you get some more concerns?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were some of those concerns?
One of the concerns was the bipartisan event that was attended by the respondent at one of the taxpayers' dollars.
Okay. And what is that bipartisan event that you're speaking of?
The WIN conference.
Okay. And what is the WIN conference?
It's a women's democratic, meeting for.
So, is it your understanding of the rules that a commissioner cannot use the credit card for those things?
Yes,
Where did you get that from?
ma'am. That's just knowledge that I already had.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at their credit card policy?
Yes,
Okay. And how did we get the credit card policy?
through the, request, and also I had personal knowledge of the credit card policy.
I'm going to show you, I guess we'll mark this as complainant one. How we'll do it?
Yes, let's go for it.
I'm going to approach the witness. Is that the credit card policy that is your understanding that each person who works for the city have to sign?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are the purpose of that credit card?
The purpose is, for city use only.
Okay. For city use, business use?
business, not for spouses or anyone else, that travel,
Okay.
anywhere.
Okay. So would you say eating at Chick-fil-A, is that city business?
If you own city business, but if you're in Waycross, it's not city business, no matter.
Okay. Would you consider eating at Chick-fil-A here in Waycross?
No matter.
What about Applebee's?
No,
Would you consider that as a misuse of that credit card?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. And that was just one of your contentions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you looked at the report what was provided to you through the Open Records Act, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you. Well, I guess I'm attending that. And first, and these are not your numbers, right?
No, ma'am.
These are the numbers that was provided by the city, correct?
Correct.
And what is the total expense? We understand that there's requests for changing the limit of the credit card use.
Right,
But what is your understanding of the use?
$5,000.
Okay, I'm gonna tender this as C1. I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna mark as C2. What years are those from?
2022, 2023,
Okay, and that would be the fiscal year for them, correct?
correct,
Because that is something that the city provided you with, correct?
actually,
Okay. How many districts is it in the city?
5 districts,
And what year do you see first?
2022,
Okay. What was District 1 expenses for that year?
$213,
District 2,
$4,696,
that would be within that $5,000 budget, wouldn't it?
correct,
District 3,
$5,808,
that's just $800 over, correct?
yes,
Okay. District 4
$213,
and District 5,
$3,507,
and that's all within the 5,000 budget.
Yeah.
And then you see what on the end, what it tell you what the budget is, according to the city records.
according to the city records.
What was the budget for 2022? Next to the number, it will show you the budget.
Uh,
Okay, 2023. Tell me what the numbers are.
For District
1.
1,
Mhm.
0, for District 2, 6,051, for District 3, $11,000.83.
Is District 3 is the district Ms. Felder in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, District 4
District 4, $1,083,
and District 5.
$4,337,
Okay, and the next year you have on there?
2024,
And what do you see for that fiscal year so far? Well, I guess the year's not up, but what is showing so far?
so far for this year,
District 1,
$257,
District 2,
$3,685,
District 3,
$13,167,
So if they end in July, which would be their fiscal year, she's already over.
Yes,
Okay. District 4
0,
and District 5.
3,824.
Okay. And they all within their budget, correct?
Yes,
I'm gonna.
Madam Chairman, I mean, we pause just for a second. He needs to fix the microphone.
Yes.
We've already heard on that.
Listen. So, why are they talking about 2022? We can only go back 2 years.
I'm gonna mark this. Oh, okay. I'm gonna mark this as complainant 3. Recognize that document.
yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is Yardbirds, Washington DC receipt.
Okay. And is that a place that Mrs. Felder at while she was on her trip?
Yes, ma'am.
How much was that ticket?
$111.
Okay. And that was for more than one person?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I'm going to show you as 3.
Yes, ma'am. This is a picture of Ms. Felder and 2 other gentlemen.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. Royce Reeves.
You see a commissioner from Covington,
Yes, ma'am.
but his bill showed up on you always see.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that cause you some concern?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you consider that as an issue?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show all these to Mr. Crown. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as C5. And you understand this card, even though she get to eat off this card, she don't get to feed other people off this card.
No,
correct?
ma'am. She doesn't have a spouse.
Okay. I'm showing you what I'm showing this mark as C5. Okay. What is that?
This is a receipt for HMS or Starbucks Reagan National Airport.
And how many people was it serving?
Looks to be 1.
How many drinks on it?
Wait a minute. 1, 2, a coffee, and paradise drink.
There's a paradise drink and a coffee.
Yes,
What
that's
else
two.
is on it?
1 cheese Danish, 1 spinach feta, one liquid on sugar, peach juice, tea base, lemonade.
That was for multiple people.
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Multiple.
So would you consider that a misuse of the, even though she's on a trip, would you consider that a misuse?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna mark as C6. That's Applebee's here in Waco. And that's actually from
Yes, ma'am.
one person,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? Do you know rather not? She was not traveling at that time, correct?
No, ma'am.
That's a meal for her
Yes, ma'am.
on the city time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to show you one that's marked as C7. We're talking about here, and, I'm gonna show you the one for that and the one in, racetrack. Is that talking about here in, Waco?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did that appear to be something that she just used for her personal use?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you think that's for her personal use?
It's in Waycross, not a travel, not on travel.
Is your understanding about reading the policy, the credit card policy, that you can just utilize that credit card for anything that you choose to purchase? Is your understanding, when City of Waycross issued her that credit card, did she use it for anything she desired to use?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay, and what's that on the racetrack receipt?
One racetrack, Angus cheeseburger, one Mentos, one vitamin water, and fuel.
And how much was that ticket on the dollar?
$54.
Yes. Again.
Let's see the racetrack.
I didn't get something.
You even seen receipts where it have 4 guesses on it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that receipt was with who? Cuts?
Yes, ma'am. Cuts in Atlanta.
Okay. Or was it your understanding that she can utilize it for that?
No, ma'am.
And that definitely would, even though Atlanta trip was a trip that probably was authorized by the city.
Do you believe they authorized for her to feed everyone
No,
on
ma'am.
the tax dollars?
No, ma'am.
It's gonna be CA. And it tells you how many guests is at the table, correct? Now,
Yes,
how
ma'am.
much was that bill? You recall?
$224, I believe.
225.20?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me show. Just to Mr. Kraft.
Excuse me, Ms. Copeland, was the racetrack receipt part of the Hogan Road?
Yes, yes, yes. Would you consider that as a misuse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Popeye's Chicken, is that here in Waycross?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Chick-fil-A, that's here in Waycross, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you notice the time that when she purchased
The Popeye chicken for $29 and $23.31 to the city, what time of day? And then also, what you looking at, Chick-fil-A, I think Chick-fil-A.
Okay, this 8:35 a.m.
And, not, looking at.
Oh, I'm looking.
And, I told you to look at Popeye's chicken.
Oh,
Okay, it just-
yes, Chick-fil-A.
Okay,
Right.
Chick-fil-A is 8:35 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, what did she work for, Popeye's chicken?
Classic log, classic pie, biscuit, Cajun fries, sweet tea, classic, another ticket, classic tender, a biscuit, regular gravy, and something else. Sweet tea and buttermilk ranch.
So it's 2 sweet teas on that,
Yes, ma'am.
so that was meal for multiple people.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was here in Waycross.
Yes.
So we know she was not on Waycross biscuit. What you saw was 3 classic tenders, biscuit, regular, mash and gravy.
Out of J, the attorney can't testify for you. She can
No,
ask you questions.
no, that's what he just read. I'm just reading it over. And a classic leg, classic, classic thigh,
Mhm.
biscuit, regular Cajun and another sweet tea.
Mhm.
So that was these 2 people.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is not something that, I think I'm gonna see 8 or 9. Okay. This is- That is for multiple people, would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me show you what I'm gonna mark as CQ. And it's 2 different bills on here, one here and one here. First, tell me about that one, what is that?
Fresh Air Barbecue in Jackson, Georgia.
How many people is on there?
2,
Okay, how much that bill is for?
$26.
So she and someone else at, Great Falls time, Pikes Place stuff.
Mhm.
Okay, and what's the next bill? Next bill.
The next one is Dollar General store
Where is that from?
in Douglas, Georgia.
And what's there, what was purchased there?
Ocean Spray, Dole Black Cherry, juice, Pringles, sweet and salty, Lay's, icebreakers, 2 icebreakers, Reese's miniatures, Sweethearts, some type of collusion.
So that would appear that you using this as her own personal credit card.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, in reading that policy, does that policy give you the right to use it for your own personal use?
No, ma'am.
It is for what, to operate what?
City business
Okay.
and travel.
So it doesn't make a difference what the budget amount is, correct?
No, ma'am.
It makes a difference what it's used for, right?
Yes, ma'am. How it's used.
I'm gonna show you what I'm marking as C. What is that?
Receipt, Quick Trip.
Okay, and what did she purchase there?
2 Ruffles, 2 vitamin waters, another vitamin water, and gas.
I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna mark as C12. I wanna draw your attention to the receipt that's on top. What is that purchase? Tell me if that's for multiple people or not.
It's 1 tall pink cold foam drink, 1 sausage sandwich, 1 cheese Danish, 1 iced coffee, 1 cheap coffee cake, and 1 impossible breakfast.
So is that for multiple people?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and look at the next. And what is that?
Travel Traders,
And what is that travel trade?
Washington, D.C.
And what was purchased there?
Tropical. Tropical orange drink.
What's the total of the property?
$6.
What's the total of the whole purchase from trading? $6.
Yes, ma'am.
And she brought Texas rent.
Yes.
And is your understanding that even though if you're on a trip, sometimes you have personal,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're not to use the car for just your personal use,
Yes, ma'am.
and you see, receipts where she's camping over the week.
Yes, ma'am.
Even if she was traveling with other cities, work, employees, they would have their own car. Right?
Correct.
This would be C13.
I want to direct your attention to both those different receipts. Both of them is located in the same. And how many guests is this from?
Two.
And it's your understanding that the card was on your purchase, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much is that for?
$79
And where was that?
in Savannah, Georgia.
And what was it a place to be at?
Yes, ma'am.
Should we consider that?
Oh. Yes, ma'am. Definitely.
I'm gonna mark this as C14.
This is a two-person dinner.
And where it was located, is that, that in that candy place, whatever,
Yes, ma'am. Savannah Candy Kitchen.
okay? And that was for two people, how much was that from?
$53.
Is that something that the city signed up for?
No, ma'am.
Let's see. Let's see, let's see. I'm gonna show you what I'm marked as C15. How many people in that family, and tell me now.
Two.
And how much was that from?
$91.
I'm going to mark this as C16. How many people this is from? And tell me the amount.
This one is for two.
And how much was the amount?
$75.
Let me show you. This gonna be C17. And how many guests is on this one?
Four.
Okay, and where is that located?
Fox Brothers Barbecue, Atlanta, Georgia.
What part of Georgia?
Atlanta.
Okay. Again. That's for how many people? 4 people?
Yes, ma'am. 4.
When you look at the open record, did you see where Ms. Felder left things off of her report?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much did she leave off her report?
About I think it was around $3,000 to $4,000 that was unaccounted for.
Okay. And according to the policy, a city employee must document every dime they spend
Yes, ma'am.
of the taxpayers' money.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. 18. 77. What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. 2 Life Waters. Another person that is illegible. Dole. Them Kettle Jalapenos. Reese's. Mentos. Snickers. And like a bag.
I'm gonna
Something else that's illegible.
show you what I'm gonna mark as 19.
Yes.
What are these? And what kind of together?
Through the open request travel expense vouchers.
Okay, we'll tell you what per diem is for, you can't want to relocate.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Atlanta, Georgia, $74 a day. Glenn County, $79. Marietta, $64. Savannah, $69.
And that's per day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when they say that Waycross, go give them any guidelines, that when you go in.
No, ma'am.
Okay, and is that what something she signed on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that her name on top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, look at her name. Is that another one of her?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's that one from?
Swamp goes to Atlanta.
Uh-huh. And, it's, again, they tell you what the budget is for it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All of them report a budget, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that per diem, when they suggest that employee,
Yes, ma'am.
is it your understanding if you spend $5, that's not authorized on the credit card, that's what you,
Yes, ma'am.
does that cause you?
Yes, ma'am.
Why does it cause you?
It's taxpayers' money being used without just cause.
You don't mind this girl having a credit card, do you?
Oh, no, ma'am.
But you want her to use the Waycross business on.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna send them CA2.
I didn't see that last one, Ms. Posey. Sorry.
I didn't give you 19 or 18. Please. Okay, thanks. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as C20, C21, and C22, which is budget request. Attached to here. These budget requests, are these requests for up the limit? Tell me what the budget request was for 2022.
2022, 10,000.
Okay, but that budget request had not passed.
No, ma'am.
Now tell me what the budget request for year 2023.
2023, 10,000.
And yet it still hadn't.
No.
And what is the request for year 20?
$10,000.
What they're opposing? But what is that? No.
It's a District 3 is currently over budget with the total department being under budget.
Did you write that there, or was that provided to us
Uh,
as a document?
That was provided to us as a document.
So it's not something you made up.
No, ma'am.
You had as a misuse of the credit card by going buying Cheetos and Mentos and stuff like that, and Popeye's chicken
Yes, ma'am.
and stuff like that.
Yes, ma'am.
That is definitely not dealing with what it calls business.
No, ma'am, it's not.
Let's see something. Do you know whether or not, do they get any type of training?
Oh, yes, ma'am. They
Okay.
receive training.
How you know that?
I saw her hours, 230 hours of training, and even won a distinction
Oh, she won a distinction
Yes,
for
ma'am.
what?
for her training in ethics.
In ethics, you
Yes,
say?
ma'am, in ethics.
Okay. Do you think it's, okay, she won a distinction in ethics. So you think she know what she's doing.
Oh, full well.
So does that make you think that she's actually abusing
Yes.
the city
Based
card?
on her knowledge and the distinction that she earned, is definitely abuse.
I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna mark as C24, which was the big thing that you all keep harping on, is that red booth that was in Atlanta. Does it show any slice where it's from the piece of thing? Matter of fact, you don't even see a receipt that reflects that.
No, ma'am.
But it's your understanding it is a piece of place next door.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your contention that it's a misuse of the taxpayers' dollars.
Yes, ma'am.
I tender.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson.
How you doing, sir? Afternoon.
Your testimony that you reside at 503 May Street, correct?
Yes,
And that's in District 2, correct?
yes, sir.
But you vote in District 3, correct?
In the last election,
In the election that was a couple of weeks ago.
no, excuse me, the one previous to that. I didn't vote this year.
But you're registered to vote in District
I
3,
no, I
correct?
no longer stay in that district. I used to stay in that district. I no longer stay.
Well, but you haven't updated your voter registration,
No, I
have you? Okay. Now, you stated here today that this was a bipartisan event, the WIN conference that Ms. Felder attended.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And the only thing that you have here today is quote knowledge that you already had that may be a violation of some of the ethics for the city of Waycross.
Yes,
You don't have any documentation here today showing that a bipartisan event would be a violation of the code of ethics for Ms. Felder, do you?
not on me, I don't.
Well, today's the day, so I mean, you don't have it here with you to show to the board members, do you?
I'm pretty sure they know. I don't have.
Now, the credit card policy that you tendered as evidence to the board, that was not signed by Ms. Felder, was it?
Excuse me?
The credit card policy that you tendered as evidence, the city of Waycross credit card policy, that was not signed by Ms. Felder, was it?
I don't,
Sorry.
did you see it signed?
I'm asking the questions today, okay? You filed this. Now you get to sit there. I know before you didn't want to, and you thought that they were picking on you because you brought this and they asked you some questions, but I get to ask you questions today. Was the credit card policy signed by Ms. Felder?
Yes.
It was? Okay. Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, may I see these exhibits so I can ask you?
There are a lot of them are over here, sir. I don't know which I'm confused on all of them. They didn't write it in crayon. I couldn't keep it in order. Sorry.
Here it is.
Is your testimony that credit card policy signed Dr. Trina Felder?
This one isn't. No, sir.
Now, it's your testimony here today that eating at Chick-fil-A or Applebee's or Popeyes or places in Waycross, it's not possible to be doing city business in the city of Waycross that would warrant the use of the city credit card as a city commissioner?
No, sir. You can't, if it's not on city business. And
But you don't have any proof that it's not city business here today, do you? You're
She's not-
speculating that it's not city business just because she ate at Chick-fil-A in Waycross, correct?
She's not traveling.
She's not traveling. That's right. But is the only time a city commissioner can do business for the city of Waycross in Washington, D.C., or Savannah, Georgia, or St. Louis, Missouri? Is that your testimony here today?
Based on what the city manager said last week, that,
Well, no, I'm asking
excuse
you. I'm asking you.
Based
He's going
on-
to testify. Is it possible for a city employee to do city business in the city of Waycross?
it's not impossible.
Okay, thank you. You submitted what's marked as C3 and C4, which was purportedly a receipt from Yardbirds in Washington, D.C., and then a Facebook post from Yardbirds in Washington, D.C. I want you to, and it was your testimony that this felder had paid for these two gentlemen's meals. Tell me what the date is on this receipt, Mr. Nelson. I'll point it out for you right here.
March 6th.
What's the date on the Facebook post?
It was posted on March 25th.
Hanging out with great South Georgia people, our nation's capital, correct? Correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Now, let's move on to the Quick Trips and the Dollar Generals and the racetracks. So it's your testimony here today that a city commissioner, when traveling to Atlanta for travel training purposes, can't stop at a gas station and get gas or a drink or snacks for the trip?
If it's a meal for the day, no problem.
Why does it have to be her meal for the day?
It's for meals.
The credit card's only for meals?
But she has a per diem.
So it's your testimony here today, she has a per diem. Did
It's
you hear my
testimony
question?
That, state your question again.
It's your testimony here today that she has a per diem.
No, that's not my testimony. I'm saying that she has meals that she's allotted, and the purchases, personal purchases. No, I don't think that's should fall within the guidelines of what it's intended for.
So when she eats a meal, that's not a personal purchase, but if she gets a snack, a bag of chips at the store, that's a personal purchase?
Well, it has on there that it's stated for 3 meals a day.
But the city commissioners are not subject to the per diem. You understand that, correct?
Yes.
Now, the issue we have here where you're testifying that she paid for multiple people's meals, you were not present at those meals, were you?
No, sir.
You don't know who she was eating with, do you?
No, sir, I don't.
These trips she takes, they're multiple days long, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
It would not be a violation of her code of ethics if she purchased 2 meals on one night and ate the one the next day while she's traveling on the road, would it?
Not on the same ticket,
Why is that?
because it's got 4 people sitting at the table
But-
on the ticket.
But that's what you're talking about?
No, that's not the one I'm talking about.
Well, you just said it says it's got 4 people sitting at the table.
No, it's one.
You talking about the Cuts
Yes,
Steakhouse?
Cuts,
Okay.
yes.
So is now your testimony that a city commissioner has to sit at a table by themselves, single, alone, when they eat meals on the city's dime?
No, it's my testimony that she cannot pay for 4 people at one time.
But she hasn't. You just said she did.
I didn't say that. Nah, it's good.
Have you ever ate at Cut Steakhouse, Mr. Nelson?
No, sir, I haven't had the pleasure to.
So you don't know the difference in an appetizer and an entree at that restaurant, do you?
No, sir.
And you don't know who, if anybody other than Katrina Felder, was sitting at the table that night at Cut Steakhouse, do you?
No, sir.
And she could have very well, as far as you know, ordered an appetizer and a meal, and an appetizer and a meal to eat the next day while she was on this trip, correct?
No, I don't know that. What I see is 4 guests. It says guest count 4.
But you don't know who ordered what or who was there,
It's not
do you?
my business to know who was sitting at the table. I can only go by the receipt of 4 people.
But you don't know who was eating off that ticket is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter how many people are sitting at the table.
No, but according to the city of Waycross, you're only allowed to pay for yourself.
But you have no proof that she paid for anybody other than herself, Mr. Nelson. Just because there were people sitting at the table doesn't mean she paid for them. Do you understand that concept?
I understand the concept that $225 is paid for one person eating 4 meals. Well, 4 people sit at a table where she paid for 4 people.
You have no knowledge of who was at that table that night and who paid for what,
Well,
do
you
you?
have to ask her. I don't know.
Now, you testified about the Savannah Candy Kitchen. You understand that's a candy store. That's not a restaurant where you go in and sit down and eat. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You testified that there was some unaccounted for money used on the credit card. Is that correct?
It didn't show up on the expenditure sheet.
But you don't have proof of that here today.
I don't know what happened to it. It's not on there.
We're a little confusing with your testimony. This is the budget sheet. What does it say that the travel and training budget is for 2022? Not a request, but the 2022 budget.
$10,000.
And isn't it true that in your documentation that you submitted to the board is that Ms. Felder had violated, you submitted that the budget was 5,000?
It's 5,000. That was a request for 10.
$2022 budget. This says 2023 budget request. You would agree that there's a difference in a budget and a budget request, correct?
All right.
And 2022 budget, not budget request, but 2022 budget says it's how much?
10,000.
Now I'll ask you again. You would agree that the documents that you submitted to this board allege that the budget was 5,000,
You just showed
correct?
me, bring that back. What you just showed me. Yes.
On this one, the 2024 budget actual is how much?
It says on this paper, 10,000.
Well, these are your exhibits that you submitted as evidence, and your testimony is that this is the budget for the city of Waycross, correct?
Says budget request, yes.
We'll show you what's been marked as R1. Do you recognize this as a credit card statement? The city of Waycross credit card.
Yes.
And that is for Katrina Felder's credit card?
Yes. Amalfi.
Red phone booth what?
Amalfi,
How much is the amount on that for the purchase?
$52.
How much? 35 or 85?
85.
It's the same thing that you. Also, I'm sorry, on the date there, on the second line of transaction date, what was the date? January 10th.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as R2. Tell the board what this document is.
This says Amalfi Pizza.
So it's a receipt for Amalfi Pizza
Yes,
dated January 10th
yes,
for $52.85,
yes,
which is the same charge that's on the credit card that you brought your original complaint about the red phone booth, correct?
yes. That's the one that raised my concern.
Tender R1 and R2. Tender R1 and R2. Show you what's marked as R3. You recognize that as a credit card statement for the city of Waycross?
Yeah,
District 5, Henry Street.
yeah,
And on line 3, is that a charge for a red phone booth, a Amalfi Pizza on there as well?
yes.
Show you what's been marked R4. Is this another receipt for Amalfi Pizza corresponding with the charge by District 5 Commissioner Henry Strickland at the same restaurant?
Yes,
Tender R3 and R4. Show you what's been marked R5 and R6. You recognize this, R5, as a city of Waycross credit card statement of District 2 Commissioner Shanita Bennett?
Yes.
Does it also on line 2 have a red phone booth and Amalfi Pizza charge on it?
Yeah.
Do you recognize R6 as a corresponding Amalfi Pizza receipt to the charge on Shanita Bennett's credit card?
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as R7 and R8. Do you recognize R7 as the city of Waycross credit card statement of the city mayor?
Yes, sir.
Do you see a charge for red phone booth on that credit card statement?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize R8 as a Amalfi Pizza receipt corresponding with Mayor James' purchases at Amalfi Pizza?
Yes, sir.
Tender R5, 6, 7, and 8. You didn't open any investigation into Commissioner Henry Strickland, did you?
He's no longer in office.
Is the answer no?
No.
You didn't open any investigation or file any ethics complaint against Commissioner Shanita Bennett, did you?
At that time, I hadn't seen hers.
So is it your testimony here today that you intend on conducting an ethics complaint against Shanita Bennett and opening an investigation against her?
No,
And you have not filed an ethics complaint against Mayor Michelangelo James, have you?
I haven't looked at their records.
But now that you see that, do you intend on opening an investigation against them?
I've only seen hers, and from what I've seen from hers, I can only answer her what I've seen from her.
My question is, now that you've seen that all
If I-
of them went to Amalfi Pizza together that you thought was the red phone booth,
And
do
if
you
I
intend
was-
on, let me finish my
Okay,
question.
yes, sir.
Do you intend on opening an investigation by filing an ethics complaint against anybody else but Ms. Felder?
Well, at the time, no, sir. No, sir, I don't.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Nelson brought up that the Facebook post was post after they left Washington DC.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that change your view that it was purchased during that time?
No, ma'am.
That post doesn't tell you when the picture was actually taken, does it?
No, ma'am.
It just tell you when it was posted on Facebook,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And it's pretty much, well, it could have been posted way after the event, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as, what I'm on, C28 or 19, might be on 20. And you understand Cuts receipt is a business record, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be any reason for them to put that it was 4 guests there at that table?
No, ma'am.
Objection. He can't answer that. That's speculation. He doesn't do the receipts at Cut Steakhouse.
Just like it's speculation when you ask him, rather not, because she had ate all $200 and something worth of food at one setting. And like it was speculation when you ask him, would it be reasonable to think that she would take food, buy enough food at one sitting for another day? It's all speculation.
I agree.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as complainant. This is the city Elaine credit bill for Miss Welder. What business does Miss Welder have in Cadill, Georgia? Was for the city of Waycross, that is.
No. None I'm aware of.
Is that where her significant other live?
Yes, ma'am.
In that the same person in that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to direct your attention to these receipts here. I'm going to show you that one. I'm going to show them this one here from the March time period. And I'm going to show him this one here. Did she have business? Do you know what Mrs. Felder do for a living outside of being a city commissioner?
She is a director at OTC, Pinocchio Technical Institute.
Okay, what is that?
Sorry, they changed the name. What is the new name?
Is it concerted services? Or
No,
something? No.
ma'am.
Okay. What business does she have in Waycross, not Waycross, but Hazelhurst and places like that?
None that I'm aware of.
And you already said that you don't have any business in Clearfield.
No, ma'am.
You sell a lot of items purchased individually.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you saw the Starbucks, there was multiple drinks on there.
Yes, ma'am.
Real thing was good for the person to go to Starbucks and order them 3 special drinks.
No, ma'am.
Would that be indicative of multiple people?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that cause, is that a misuse of the credit card?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the Dairy Queen in Hazelhurst?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
$9.14.
Okay. Did she have any business there?
Not that I'm aware of.
I guess she was conducting business at Dairy Queen and Waycross as well. On this receipt here. Would that
Yes,
be
ma'am.
an indication that she using it as her personal use?
Yes, ma'am.
So your understanding, just because you have, she can want Dairy Queen. We don't fault her for eating Dairy Queen. But she need to do it on her own dime.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Kraft asked you, rather not you have proof that she was not conducting Waycross business. Does it cause you concern that her bill is way more than the other 4 commissioners?
Yes, ma'am. Extreme concern.
Okay. And although he showed you the paperwork, your understanding that the budget is 5,000,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's a request.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if it wasn't 5,000, it wouldn't show that she's over budget on one of them.
Exactly.
And it's notated that she's over budget, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna mark this as a composite of 20, I guess 25. We'll just call it 25. On this one. That's all.
This wouldn't be excused.
Oh, no, one other thing.
Yes, ma'am.
He asked you about the credit card policy.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't have the one that's with her signature, correct?
No, ma'am. You don't.
But it's your understanding, in order to get a credit card from a company, it is a policy in place.
Yes, ma'am.
So she knew, or she, at least you believe that she should have known that it was not for her personal use.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
And they allege that city commissioners do not have a cap, a per diem, a cap or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there anywhere that you know of that a city commissioner is excluded from following the rules?
No, ma'am.
Is there anywhere that you know of that a city commissioner can use taxpayer dollar as they see fit?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So just because she's a city commissioner, does that give her authority to abuse that credit card?
No, ma'am. It does not.
And what you saw, you believe is abuse?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
So again, you don't believe that a city commissioner can conduct city business at Dairy Queen, for example, in Waycross, Georgia?
No, ma'am. No, sir.
So if a city commissioner went to go meet with a concerned constituent citizen about city, oh no.
He's calling for speculation, unless he got some evidence that she met a concerned citizen other than that cashier who rung her up. That's not city business.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, Madam Chairwoman.
I don't know.
If a constituent wanted to meet with Commissioner Felder and wanted to meet at the Dairy Queen, that would be official city business where she could swipe the city credit card at Dairy Queen in Waycross, Georgia, would it not?
Yes, and she put it on the report.
Now I'm going to show you what I've marked as R9 because it was left out earlier. I know this budget seems to be a little hard to understand, but this says 2023 budget, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the amount for the 2023 budget says $10,000, correct?
Yes, that says 10,000.
So that would be the commissioner's budget for 2023 fiscal year, which would be July 1 of 2022 to June 30th of 2023. You agree with that?
It's on the sheet. It's-
So yes?
Mhm.
It's the same one as yours, I don't think it's. Tender R9. I'm gonna show you your exhibit C21 one more time. Not a request, but a 2022 budget is $10,000, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you C20 something I can't make out, but again, 2024 budget, not in the request, the requests are in separate columns. The 2024 actual budget was $10,000, correct?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Just one follow-up. This is the budget request, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what he's showing is the budget that they're requesting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What they're reporting in budget.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
that is not the budget.
No, ma'am.
The budget is what?
5,000.
You might be here all night, but we'll keep doing it until we get it figured out.
Well, I think the commissioners will know what their budget is. We can leave it at that.
That says fiscal 2023 budget request, correct?
Yes, request.
That's a budget request for fiscal year 2023, correct?
Yes.
And inside the document, you have 2020 actual budget, 2021 actual budget, which is what they spent, and then you've got the 2022 budget, and then you've got the 2023 budget request line, correct?
Yes.
So in 2022, the budget was $10,000, correct?
Yes.
This is contained in a document labeled 2023 budget request because they were determining what the budget would be in 2023, correct?
That's the problem that I have. Why is it in a request when it should be in a budget?
You don't understand it, do you,
Well, I understand that this is a request,
for 2023?
but I understand,
Don't you think the commissioners would want to know what their past budgets were to determine the budget for a future year?
they know what it is.
And it's $10,000, correct?
According to that,
Which says the 2022 budget, correct? Not a budget request, a 2022 budget. I know it's hard to say yes, but you have to say
No,
yes.
no.
when you read it. That's what it says.
it's not hard to say, yes, I understand what the budget is.
And you steal your testimony today, the budget's $5,000.
I'm saying that it's saying there 10,000 on there.
That's all the question.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
He's a party, he can't leave.
Yeah.
The complainant may call your next witness.
I call Alvin Nelson.
She's gone.
Madam Chairman and Attorney Copeland, I'm told that the audio is not picking up well. So the attorney may need to be closer to the mic when you're speaking, so that I guess when you're walking back and forth talking, it's not being picked up.
Okay.
They can't hear, so you may need to be closer to the mic.
Mr. Alden Nelson, I need to say your name. Mr. Alden Nelson, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson. I'm Kimberly Copeland, and I'm representing the complainant. Please state your full name for the record.
Alden D. Nelson.
And are you a resident here?
Yes.
Okay. What is your position?
In the city,
Yes.
city commissioner,
Okay, what district?
District 5.
As a city commissioner, were you issued a credit card?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Were you given a credit card policy prior to the issuing of it?
I can't remember, but there's a lot of paperwork you sign when you come in, so I probably was. I don't know. I don't remember.
What is your understanding of what that credit card is used for?
Can only be used for city business,
Okay. And what would be considered city business?
travel and training.
Travel and training. What about, well, I'm gonna ask you the question, Mr. Kraft. Could you be conducting city business at Dairy Queen here in Waycross?
No,
Okay.
No.
Could you be conducting city business here at Applebee's in Waycross?
no. Well, I mean, you could talk policy procedure and help someone, but you wouldn't. I wouldn't typically use a credit card for something like that. Not in the city of Waycross.
Okay. What about at Popeye's Chicken?
In Waycross, no.
Okay. Would you consider that if you done that be misusing the credit card?
My
Yes.
opinion, yes,
And would that be abusing the taxpayers' dollars?
yes. I think it would be.
Okay. You're understanding how many people when you travel can eat off that credit card?
Me and my spouse,
Okay. What if you didn't have a spouse?
just me.
Okay. So would it be okay to eat with pay for 4 people to eat?
No, it would not.
Would it be okay to buy multiple people drinks?
No.
Would that be considered a misuse of that credit card?
As far as the ethics training goes, yes.
Okay. Have you had ethic training?
Yes, I have.
And what did that entail?
It entailed the use or the misuse of city taxpayers' funding, the repercussions, the warnings that goes with all of that. Basically, the cans and can'ts do of taxpayers' money.
Okay, tell because do you all have a budget that you all have to abide by?
Yes.
What is that budget?
Back when I was in there, it was 5,000.
Okay, when were you in?
I was in from 2011 to 2015.
Okay, so you're not in now, so you don't know what the
Yes, I'm
budget.
back in now.
Okay, what is the budget now?
It's my assumption it's 5,000.
It's 5,000.
Yes.
Okay, let me show you what we have marked as these requests. What are these budget requests? And what does it mean?
Well, the budget request is requesting either amendments or I guess you can say a wish list of things you want added to or taken from.
Okay, what is the process of getting something approved with the city of Waycross?
It goes to the commission
Okay, and that'd be one of you all,
Yes,
and you all will have to vote on it.
yes,
And as a commissioner, you believe that the budget is 5,000?
yes. I mean, because well, there's a gap between the time I left and the time I came back in. So I don't know if they sat down and increased it or not.
Okay, since you've been back, how long you been back?
January of this year.
Oh, so you don't know what the current budget is? Would
No.
that be fair? Okay, but you do understand what the ethics is, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so does it make a difference what the budget is if you misuse the credit? Could you misuse it for $5 even if you're within the credit limit?
Yeah, because me, I wouldn't travel out of town and drop off at the Tango Mall and buy some pants or something with it. No,
Okay, would you stop, but you would eat off of it, correct?
yes,
Okay, how many meals would you eat?
2,
Okay,
me, 2.
but you're allowed 3, correct?
Yes,
Are you allowed snacks too? Or
Um,
just meals?
I've never done it.
But does the
I'll-
budget require, does the budget call for snacks?
No, it doesn't.
The city, as a commissioner, do you have to abide by certain rules?
Yes.
Do you have a free for all to use a credit card?
No, you don't, because you're bound by the charter resolutions and state as well.
Okay, do you all have to abide by a per diem?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so as a city commissioner, are you excluded?
No.
Okay, so it doesn't make a difference if you're a regular garbage truck worker for the city with a card and a city commissioner in the use of the credit card?
Everyone is bound by the same rules.
Okay, and so what are the consequences for misuse? You said that you all given all the warnings.
Sometimes there's termination involved. There was an incident here several years ago that an employee was, I don't want to detail, but they were taken and they were terminated.
Oh, were they a commissioner?
No,
Okay, just an employee.
employee, yes.
Okay. So if it's misused by a city commissioner, is anything done to them?
Here in Waycross?
Yeah.
That I know of?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Commissioner Penny, I believe was the last name.
No, Hodges, I know who
Hodges,
that
excuse
is.
me.
That's the lady who worked for CSX Railroad.
Yes.
Did she misuse the credit card?
They say she did, yes.
Was she prosecuted for it?
She resigned pending prosecution.
But she was prosecuted, correct?
Yes, I think she was.
And did she lose her CNX Railroad job?
I hear she did,
Okay. So you know that's a violation.
yes.
And Ms. Hodges paid her money back though, didn't she?
She did, yes.
But it's still because of the misuse.
Because it's misuse of taxpayers' money.
Okay. So anytime you misuse taxpayers' money, there's some consequences.
Yes, indeed,
Is that an ethic violation?
clearly, yes.
I attended this witness for purpose of cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Nelson.
Definitely.
So you don't believe that it's possible to use the city, your city issued credit card for city business within the city limits of Waycross?
Correct, that's my understanding.
But that's just your opinion. You don't have anything here as far as the charter, the handbook, or rules or regulation that says that if a constituent wanted to go to meet you at Dairy Queen to talk city business and you went there and used it at Dairy Queen, that would be a violation. You don't have anything here to show that that's a violation, do you?
I don't have anything on me, no, but
Okay.
common sense would tell me to not use public funds within the city because it's travel and training.
Well, it could be line item as something other than travel and training in that case.
There's no
correct?
line item in there for that.
As a commissioner, you yourself and the other commissioners and the mayor, y'all are considered executive employees of the city of Waycross, correct?
Yes,
And you're familiar with the Waycross handbook, correct?
somewhat.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as R10. The handbook would be what determine where the per diem comes from and how the per diem works and that kind of thing, correct?
I would assume, yes.
Section 1.00.04 of the handbook. I'm going to ask you to read that.
Hear that? Executive and contract employees of the city of Red Cross are excluded from the applicability of these policies unless otherwise stated in the employee contract.
So therefore, the mayor and the commissioners would not be subject to a per diem, correct?
Based on that, but we have one.
Who gives it to you if the handbook says that you don't have one?
It's just my understanding.
So you don't know.
No, I don't know. Based on past practice.
I'm going to tender what's been marked as R10. You're familiar with how to read a budget, correct, Commissioner Nelson?
Yes.
Y'all discuss those at meetings from time to time, correct? So if this document is labeled FY23 budget request, that would be a request for fiscal year 23 to approve a budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On this document, it contains what the 2022 budget is for the fiscal year as well, correct?
Mhm.
And that amount is?
10,000.
Okay, and then the requested is over here on a separate line, which was also requested for the amount of?
10,000.
So does that tell you that the budget for city commissioners for travel and training is $10,000?
That reads as such.
And so that was for fiscal year 2022. This I'm showing you as a budget request for fiscal year 2025. 2024 fiscal year budget would have been how much of that year? 10,000.
Mhm.
If you're traveling to Atlanta and you have to stop for a restroom break or otherwise at a gas station, a Buc-ee's, a Quick Trip, but whatever it may be, is it your testimony that you couldn't use the city credit card to buy a water and a bag of potato chips when you're traveling on city business?
Not within a radius. I think it's a 75-mile radius outside of Red Cross. Then you can start using the card.
Where is that information contained?
That's just my understanding of it.
Okay.
Yes.
But assuming what you're saying is true about the radius,
Mhm.
you could stop and buy drinks or a bag of chips for while you're traveling to Atlanta or wherever it may be.
Yes, if that falls within your per diem.
But again, the handbook just showed you that you don't have a per diem as a commissioner, correct?
Well, based on my knowledge, I play on side of caution. I don't buy chips. I don't buy anything that's not related to an actual meal.
But again, you don't know of any reason why you couldn't.
Just my understanding.
That's all the questions I have.
I have a couple of comments. Do you all have, as a city commissioner, do you all have any business in Cordele, Georgia?
No,
Do you know any reason why the credit card should be used over there?
no.
What about Hazelhurst?
Hazelhurst?
Yes.
No.
I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as C2 26, the travel expense vouchers that you all have to sign.
Mhm.
What's that travel expense voucher tell you? Isn't that the city, what the city commissioners have to sign as well?
Yes,
And what did it tell you?
it tells me that food and tips per diem for 419.14. Shall I read the notes at the bottom of it as well?
Yes,
Note, I believe it says $12 receipt from a food truck is not attached. Receipt never came to my cell phone for verification. There's another note beneath it, says 549.21 receipt is for a rescheduled flight from Washington DC. I have a credit of 313.20 to use toward another flight.
and those are notes that Ms. Felder would be writing, correct?
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I guess. This is-
Okay. But do it tell you that you got a per diem?
This, up here, yes, it says food and, it says per diem of 419 up top, written in.
Okay, and now look at the dark part, what tell you for you? What's the per diem per day?
Oh, I'm sorry. It says 2467 in Atlanta, 2633 in Glenn, Marietta 21, Savannah 23, Georgia 59 a day, 3 meals, 1967.
Okay, would that be indicative that you all do follow a per diem even as a city commissioner?
Yes,
And that's what you were referring to?
yes,
And that it says for 3 meals?
3 meals.
You don't say nothing about snacks, do it?
No, it does not.
So is it your understanding that you can be on a business trip but also have personal time on it? Okay, so even when you go on a business trip, is all the time you spend is for business, or do you have some personal downtime?
But you have some downtime.
Okay, and when you're on your personal downtime, is it okay to use the credit card? Do you
No.
understand, based on ethics?
No, it's not.
Okay. Is that credit card given to you just to use however you want to?
No, it's not.
Okay, would it be okay even if you're on a business trip in DC, to sponsor 4 people to eat?
I wouldn't do that.
Okay, even if it was another commissioner from Cardeal?
No, they would pay their own.
Okay, so you wouldn't see,
I would not do that. No,
do you see that as something in violation of what you was trained?
I do.
I'll tell you this, SC 26, travel vouchers. That's all I have for him.
Commissioner Nelson, if you went to Atlanta by Tifton Way and hit I-75, you'd run right through Cordele, wouldn't you, on I-75?
Yes.
And if you were traveling to Atlanta for training and it was time for you to have a meal, you could stop in Cordele and get a meal off the interstate there on your way to Atlanta for travel and training, couldn't you?
Correct.
Personal downtime on a travel trip. So is it, there's a difference in doing personal things while you're on a travel trip and having downtime while you're on a travel trip. When if your training lasts from 9 to 5 during the day and you go eat at 7 o'clock that night in Atlanta, you would still be able to purchase that meal on your city credit card, correct?
Correct.
Even though you're not technically in the act of training at that point in time.
Correct.
And those travel expense vouchers that Ms. Copeland showed you that have a per diem on them, every city employee of the city of Waycross uses that same form, correct?
I'm not sure. I know that's what we use. I don't know
Okay.
about them.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
The complainant may call your next witness.
Can we take a quick break? while we're starting?
Okay. I call Ulysses Brayford.
Okay, we're gonna take just a 5-minute break.
Good, and
Thank
go to the restroom.
Thank you so much for doing this for me.
No, if we ever have a hearing again, I'm not drinking or coffee before. There, I was like,
All right, we'll reconvene. Mr. Rickard, I'm gonna ask you to raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can have a seat right there. Mr. Rickard, state your name for the record.
Ulysses Duquesne Rayford.
I have Kimberly Copeland, my record.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your position with the city of Wake Forest?
City manager, Waycross, Georgia.
How long have you been?
A year and 9 months.
Are you given credit card?
Yes,
Would you just consider executive?
yes,
Okay. Do you have to buy by any rules?
yes, yes,
Do you have a per diem?
yes.
Okay. What is your per diem?
It's different per diems per cities. Using Atlanta as one, is $75 for 3 meals per day, and it's
$75 for 3 whole meals
yes,
per day?
yes.
So you got these what, 25?
Well, in a lot of cases, when we go to training, the lunch is provided. If a meal is provided, then you can't claim per diem for that meal. It's provided with the training, so it works out most of the time. Yes, ma'am.
And, what is the total amount of the travel training budget as it stands right now?
It's 10,000. Yes, ma'am. Prior to my arrival, it's been 10,000 since I've been here. So, yes.
What is your understanding of the use of the credit card? What is the purpose of it?
So the use of the purpose of the credit card is for training and travel only. That's outlined in our charter. Yes, and also our handbook. And the handbook kind of states what training and traveling is and who it applies to. And it applies to everybody in the city to include elected officials.
It includes elected officials.
Yes,
Okay, you can, thank you. Okay, and that includes elected officials?
yes.
So no one is excluded,
No one's excluded.
okay? Travel and training, with travel and training, could you use it to go meet a citizen at Dairy Queen?
No, you have to. The reason we have travel and training on our agenda because it must be voted on by the governing body, which is the commission. So anything outside of that, that's not travel and training. So that's why when the mayor we do meetings, he asked me, "Are there any scheduled travel or training?" And I briefed that, and that's part of the actual meeting that time. They vote that in. That's what we would call official business, official city business. It's outlined in the charter as well, and that's all have to be governed by the official body, which is the commission. So nobody, including myself, can make a decision that I'm doing any type of business. It has to be voted on by the commission in the form of resolution. That's why we pass resolutions for everything we do.
So you telling me you can't go meet a citizen at Applebee's and just eat and claim that city business in Waycross?
So if you look in the charter, city business is defined as work, activity, I think it's training and travel as authorized by the governing body being the commission. So no one individual can claim I'm doing something outside. It's got to be voted on. So
Okay.
everything
So,
has to be a resolution. Yes.
so traveling to Cadill and stopping in Cadill and buying stuff, Cadill, Georgia, it may be Cordell, Georgia. Would that be considered city business?
No, you go to the training, conduct the training, you come back. So
Okay.
and the training starts. I'm on oath. I don't want to quote anything I'm not sure about. It starts the day you start training, not the day before, or the day after, anything like that. So
So So all us here stopping and eating and buying food for other people, that's not part of city
So
business?
I know the budget you have, the per diem, we all are subject to per diem, is those 3 meals a day at that training event. And it is that amount. So I don't know, I'm not sure what the stop and all that is, but uh in the in our handbook kind of states that also when you go to the ethics class, the GMA prescribes, it's an optics thing as well, because we don't want our citizens to see us, stopping at Walmart, using government credit card,
Dollar General, be one.
anywhere like that, because that presents a appearance of us misusing government funds. So, and I've said this in the meeting, go to the training, spend the money doing the training, and then come back. And we did, before I got here, they passed a resolution on the new mileage rates. And then once I got here, I did recognize that the commissioners were not turning in their receipts and to get processed. And that's why I had our finance director do a class on the vouchers. And I explained to them fully what was expected with the voucher to include their receipts. And they should get them in on time because my finance department was having a hard time processing them because, we had to track down receipts and it would take weeks sometimes. So I feel like that problem got resolved when I brought it to everybody's attention. Well, I thought it got resolved when I brought it to everybody's attention.
Okay. Are you concerned about the misuse of the taxpayers' dollars for personal use?
Yes.
How many people can eat off of the credit card?
So according to regards to the handbook, it is just whoever's doing the training. So that can be the workforce or myself or the commissioner, just us. And in some special cases, that we can eat off the card. Now we can do other things for our spouses depending on certain meetings, but that's just the travel and the hotel stay. We can't. Nobody else eats off the card except the individual.
Okay. So can you feed 4 guests off the card?
You should not be doing that. No,
Would that be considered misuse?
it would be.
Would it be considered a violation of your ethics training?
It would be.
Is anyone exempt from that?
No. Once again, the handbook clearly states the elected officials are included in the execution and understanding of how the government credit card should be used.
Okay. And they hand you all a credit card use policy, right?
Yes.
Is every employee given it when they get that credit card?
Yes. They
Okay.
sign for it. Yes.
Okay. So it's not just to be swiping it all around town as it was your personal debit card.
So back to the charter and the handbook. The card is supposed to be used for training and traveling and official city business, which is voted on by a resolution or in a meeting, adopting a meeting. So there's nothing in Waycross that I would consider training and traveling, because unless we do an event here, which we haven't done since I've been here. So no one should be using the credit card for any other purposes except for when they go to training or to travel to training and to eat during training. When that applies, if they don't have the meals.
Okay. When they tell you you have 3 meals, do that include snacks and all that?
Free meals.
3
3 meals.
Yes.
It just clearly defines that you have 3 meals per day at that per diem rate, whatever it is for that particular city. And we just encourage everybody to follow the recommendations outlined in the handbook.
So when you see multiple same days spending $225 on a meal, would that be in violation of?
Nothing should exceed the per diem rate at any point in time. So if it's wherever that city is, and I don't have all the cities in my head right now, but if it's $55 a day for 3 meals, it should be whatever that total is. That's what it should be. It should not exceed that amount.
If it exceeds that amount, that's something that they should pay outside of it?
Yes, it's supposed to be according to the chart. Any other expenses not covered in the handbook, they should pay back on their own.
Okay.
On their own person.
They own. So that's because that's personal use.
Yes, personal use.
And you all do that because you all are concerned about the taxpayers' dollars.
Yes.
And the misuse of taxpayers.
Yes.
Okay. If I show you some receipts, could you tell me whether or not they are misused or not?
Yes, ma'am.
This bill here.
Mhm.
Would that be considered a misuse? Do you see the guest count on that receipt?
Okay, yes.
What is the guest count?
It says 4,
Okay, and how much is that bill?
$225.
Okay, I'm gonna play devil advocate. What if she brought all that food for herself? Could she save some for another day? Would that be a violation?
So this is one day's purchase, so you've already exceeded, and this is Atlanta, so 75 times 3. If you had any other meals, you exceed your expense for the day on this meal alone. So
Okay.
that would, yeah, I mean, so talking about save for the next day.
So I guess we'll save for the next 3 days.
I can't speak on that part. I just know you get 3 meals a day, and I encourage them to stay within them 3 meals a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would that be outside of that budget?
I'm calculating in my head. It would be close if she didn't eat for the rest of the day. She didn't have any other expenses. I mean, I'm assuming that.
But 225.
Yeah.
And she's giving 75 per day.
For the day, yeah.
That still would
150, yeah.
that would still exceed.
Exceed the amount, yes.
And so the $150 over, would that be considered
Yes,
misuse?
yes.
And that should have been something that she paid
That's
first.
yes, it's something she simply will need to pay back.
Okay. And not simply need to pay back.
Need to pay back, yes.
That's a misuse, isn't it?
Yes,
And it's a blatant misuse.
yes.
It's intentional. Wouldn't you say paying for 4 people is intentional? Or do
Yes.
you think that it's an accident?
No, I will just say, you asked a question earlier about the taxpayer dollar, and we're trying very hard to be transparent and everything.
Is that being transparent?
It's not,
That looked like abuse to me.
it is. And regardless of the reason, it exceeds the amount that, we're asking the rest of our workforce to kind of stay within. And the rest of our workforce stays well within their per diem. And as myself, the commission, the mayor, we all expect to be a little bit smarter with this stuff. So,
So you're held to a higher standard. Is that what you're saying? You're held to a higher standard. Is
Yes.
that what you're saying?
yes, we get additional training on this, so versus the rest of the workforce. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of trainings do you all get?
for the commissioners, at least, they go to a new commissioners training,
Mhm.
and they go over all this stuff in detail, especially about the optics behind things, credit card use, some, not using for gas, things of that nature.
Oh, you can't use it for gas?
Not personal gas,
Okay.
not personal gas. Because once again, you anything that you use the credit card for, it has to be, authorized by the commission body. That's the only check and balance we got is the governing body. And that's why we have to come here and say, well, we're going for training and kind of present everything.
Okay. So just because you got the credit card, you mean to tell me you can't go in the gas station and spend $50-something on snacks?
No, you should not.
Okay. Would that be considered a misuse as well?
It would be, now if you consider those snacks to be a meal, and that's, you spend $25 on your lunch, and then lunch is not provided, that would be okay. But just to be going to training or just walking in a gas station without it being scheduled, that would be a violation.
Okay.
Mhm.
And do you all have any scheduled meetings here in Waycross that would consider city business in order to use the credit card for?
No. So the way our budget is designed, there's a line item, and that's for training and traveling. And like I say, we have to brief training and traveling prior to going. We try to be transparent with that because we know the citizens have issue with that. Official city business, no one commissioner can be in Waycross and decide I'm conducting official city business. That's coming before the board. We have to get a legal opinion, all those things prior to doing that.
So you can't go be meeting a private citizen at Dairy Queen and swipe the card.
We should not be doing that.
Okay, that would be considered a violation.
That would be considered a violation.
What about this Yarborough? Fine, for example, even if the other person is a commissioner
Mhm.
from another city, would she be authorized to purchase that person meal?
Yeah, like it says in the handbook, we cannot buy meals for any of the individuals, regardless of who they are.
Okay,
And once again, the optics, and it would be a violation.
and so that $111 she spent there, would that be considered a violation?
It would be considered a violation.
So, do you believe with the violations? Let me make sure I understand the rules. Even though you got a $10,000 budget, but if you're not on city of business, you can't just spend $10,000,
No.
correct?
No, the charter specifically states what city business is. It's outlined in the definition section of the charter. I forgot the actual number, and it states city business is activity, work, I think travel, as governed by the commissioning body, which means we have to get a resolution behind it before you do anything. If we didn't have that in place, then we would be, all our employees be running around,
Spending $13,000 on your credit
get
card.
spent on their credit card. So this is one of our checks to make sure that we all recognize that. And that's why, like I said, again, we come in there and brief our travel and our training. And then we have those travel vouchers, like I said, they need to be filling out now just to document that stuff. And like I said before, that wasn't getting done away. That's why we did the documentation class. This is how you fill out a voucher. We did that in a meeting. We discussed the per diem rates too, so everybody understood.
So they understood that they had a per diem rate?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not that they're excluded from a per diem.
If you look in the charter, it's maybe 6. It's chapter 6 in there, 6, maybe 22. And the first line in there is everyone, including the city commission, will obey specific stuff, the credit card usage, and it kind of outlines everything, what's authorized, what's not authorized. It goes down in detail what it is, what you need to pay back, all that stuff.
Okay, let me make myself clear, because I don't want to get caught up with this 10,000 cap, 5,000 cap. Even if you're within that, you can't misuse the card
Correct.
for personal use.
Correct.
Even if it's a $5,
Regardless of the price, you can't, yeah.
and that would be considered violation of your
Yes, consider
ethics.
a credit card, yes.
And do you all get ethics training?
Yes, so we it's a little different for the commission. They have that newcomers training that they all take, and that they do ethics in there. And then it's another ethics class that we all get to take, and I take that class as well. And they kind of go over all these things, the government credit card, optics, taxpayers' dollars.
Do you know rather not Miss Felder took the ethics?
She took the ethics class.
How you know?
We maintain a copy of their GMA.
Did she
certificates to get it.
did she get a certificate of distinction, excellence or something?
I'm not sure. I just know we keep a copy of their GMA certificates on hand, so I kind of can make sure they don't duplicate classes. And all our commissioners have took the ethics class.
Okay, you all have 5 districts, correct?
Correct.
Do one commissioner get to travel more than other commissioners?
Get it trapped. No. So we all go to suggested mandatory training so we can be in compliant. GMA 2 events, and we have 2 more events. So it's not like somebody gets to go. If they elect not to go to training, that's on them. So I'm trying to really understand the question.
Okay.
So
what I'm trying to understand, why some districts is way within the budget and
Okay.
some districts are way above the budget.
So that would go again to the use of the credit card. Some people don't use it per diem. Some commissioners don't use it. Some drive their own vehicles and don't use the government vehicle. We don't have 2 government vehicles, so that's the issue sometimes. Some people don't go to additional training. They just go to the mandatory training to stay in compliance with being a commissioner. You gotta have a certain amount of training each year. Others go to other events, other training. So it's not like you can't do this, you can't do that. I just think some kind of just stay more conservative
With
their
the
training.
taxpayers' dollars.
Yes.
So. Let me give you this. Okay. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Draper.
How you doing, sir?
So to be clear, if a commissioner's traveling to Atlanta by going through Tifton to hit I-75 and they got off at Cordele at an exit there in Cordele and got food, that would be within travel and training budget, correct?
I think Cordele is about 2 hours from Tifton. Once again, you looking at I think you got a copy of the handbook. It says take the most direct route because they're per diem charge too with mileage rates. So you shouldn't be, if the trip to Atlanta is 155 miles, it should be 155 miles. It shouldn't be a trip of 300 miles. So whatever you did in between that time, that would be, not going to training, if that makes sense.
So when you go to training, it's your testimony that you can eat when you leave Waycross and you can eat when you get to where your training is?
No, your meals start the day of training. So if my training is tomorrow, that's my breakfast meal, my lunch meal, and my evening meal.
Right.
So for training.
So if you use one of those meals in Cordele on your way to Atlanta, that would be perfectly fine within the charter and the handbook.
But once again, now you're talking gas. Why would you go to that location? I mean, like it's 2 hours away from going to Atlanta. It is a mileage rate too. We can't just be driving the vehicles anywhere we want to go either. It ain't just about the food. It's about the use of extra gas. And that's and once again, is it official business? The official business is outlined in the charter and in the handbook is training from point A to point B to drive to the training, nowhere else.
So now what you're saying is that people shouldn't go to Atlanta by going to Tifton on I-75 to Atlanta. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying they should go from home station direct to the training site. That's what I'm saying.
So you can't stop in between. Is that what you're saying? I really don't understand what you're saying here. All I'm asking is when you're going to training, whether it's Atlanta or Washington, D.C. or New York City, that somewhere in between Waycross and that stop for your training where you're going to be for however many days or 2 days or whatever, between point A and point B, if you need to stop for food, you're travel and training at that point, and you can stop and get food as part of that traveling, correct?
I'm saying if I leave Waycross and I'm going to Savannah for training, I'm gonna drive straight to Savannah. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I'm not gonna use taxpayers' dollars to drive anywhere else. I'm going from point A to point B to training. If I stop for food from going from point A to point B, yes, that'll be authorized. If I go outside of that and go somewhere else, that will not be authorized.
Okay, so you finally answered my question. You can stop between point A and point B for food as long as it's between point A and point B for food when
Yes,
you're going to travel and training.
I would say that.
Okay. Well, glad we got there. You said that there's been other problems with commissioners with receipts and expenditures as well?
No, I said commissioners were not providing their receipts. And commissioners were not providing their receipts. I want everybody to provide their receipts so we could properly account for their travel, their training, stuff like that.
But there's never been an issue with Ms. Felder providing with receipts. It was other commissioners, correct?
Ms. Felder is included as commission.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Felder is included as commission.
Yeah, I know that. I know she's a commissioner, but I'm saying she didn't have problems including her receipts.
She did not provide all her receipts, no.
Okay. When was this that there was an education done on this?
So they did in October of 2022. That's when they did the mileage rate and the per diem rate. I wasn't here yet, but they passed a resolution. I think it's 1872 maybe that kind of discussed that. When I got here in February in the March time frame, as I mentioned, they were not bringing that to get filled out properly. So we did another training. We went straight on the voucher. That was strictly voucher training. I don't remember the exact date of that meeting, but it had to be between maybe March and May. So
Of this year?
that would be 2023 actually.
Okay. Speaking of the expense voucher that is filled out by commissioners or yourself or the mayor is also filled out by any other city employees if they go to any kind of travel and training. If it's the city clerk or some of the finance director or other employees, the voucher is the same for all people that go on city business trips, correct?
It's a little different. Police and firemen, they're per diem different. They have to sometimes have to get reimbursed. They go pay for it and they get reimbursed. But for the most part, it's the same voucher for everybody. Yes.
Okay. You stated that if a commissioner was to go over their budget or misuse a card, misuse a purchase, then they should be responsible for reimbursing the city for that purchase. Is that correct?
Yeah, so not just everyone. So it outlines stuff you should, if you misuse the card, you should repay the card. And I think that's on the back page with the following page, 60022 in the handbook.
Okay. You seem to know the handbook pretty well. I guess that's an important part of your job, correct?
Fairly new here, so I try to learn the handbook and the charter. We try to stay within the charter, and we try to stress to everybody understands the handbook.
Raver, I'm gonna be showing you what's marked as Exhibit R10 in just a moment here.
Okay.
You would recognize this as a copy of the charter and the handbook, correct?
Yes.
And you said 6.0022
Oh, yes.
outlines the travel and training policy.
Yes. Yeah, page 52.
So 6.022 is the travel and training policy.
Mhm.
Let me ask you here. The executives of the city government, of the city would be the mayor and the commissioner, correct? Those would be executive employees.
Yes.
Read to the board what it says about executive and contracted employees.
Executive contract employees of the city are excluded from the society of these policies unless otherwise stated in the employment contract.
So the executives, being the commissioners, are excluded from the policies of the handbook, correct?
But it also states in here, I can read this to you. Go there. Maybe I'll check it out. Y'all had the whole handbook or just that part?
That should be the whole handbook.
Not the whole handbook. It ain't the whole handbook. But, got some pages missing. But it ain't the whole handbook, so I guess I can't show you.
Okay, we got the whole handbook.
Okay.
That's in our handbook.
So it goes again, section 622, training clause. Employees, including elected officials who are expected to travel on authorized city business will have certain expenses paid by the city. Those expenses include per diem meal allowance, travel expenses, including and parking, hotel, motel expenses, expenses for spouses and children are not covered by this policy. For attendance at Mayor's Day, however, and other Georgia GMA conventions, certain expenses for spouses of the mayor, spouse of the city manager, or the commission will be authorized. The allowed expenses of the spouses are not lodging. The allowed expenses for these spouses are for lodging and registration only. The per diem meal allowance and mileage allowance shall not apply to these spouses. Employees traveling in city business, attending meetings, training sessions, convention service are expected to attend all of the scheduled training. So all employees, regardless of their position, including elected officials, are covered by and are expected to comply with this policy and take appropriate measures to ensure prohibited conduct does not occur. All training and traveling forms must be completed and submitted to the person directed, in this case, to the finance department, to the initial date of the travel, including tuition, registration, travel and training requests for 2 weeks in advance. If fees need to be paid for tuition requests or tuition registration with a permit, information needs to be submitted along with proper paperwork, registration form, invoice, or bills. So,
But again, that says employees or elected officials.
says employees.
Doesn't say executive officials, which will be the mayor and the commissioners.
Commissioners are elected officials.
Right, but there's other elected officials besides commissioners, is there
There's
not?
no elected official in the city of Waycross.
What about the coroner?
City of Waycross? This is applied to city of Waycross, so it's only elected officials of the commission.
But this 1.004 specifically excludes them from the applicability of these articles and the
So-
policies in the handbook.
So the commission voted on this handbook, and they stated they read this handbook, so it applies to them. Everything applies to them, same way it applies to me. So I can't take out one part of this handbook and say it don't apply to me. And it would be very disingenuous if we sit here and say this apply to them and blatantly misuse the credit card. That's what I kind of get offended by stuff, because that's a slap in the face to all my employees
Well,
and the city.
I'm offended by the fact that the handbook says that executive employees of the city are excluded from the applicability of these policies,
Mhm.
and you're telling me that they're not. If it says that on the first page of the document, how can you sit there and say that they are a part of it when it says they are specifically excluded from the applicability of these policies? Explain that to me, because I would love to know, because it doesn't make any sense.
It makes sense to me because it's the entire handbook document.
That's right.
Yes.
And this part right here covers the entire document, not just 6.00022. This covers the entire document from page 1 to page 90 something at the end, that the elected executive officials are not subject to the applicability of these policies. You understand that, correct?
I understand it says too that the elected officials, the policy applies to them as well. And also says in the orders that they pass.
So you're just not going to answer my question.
No, I'm telling you, it's multiple documents that tell them everything applies to them as well and not subject for any misconduct.
So why does this section say that it doesn't apply to them? That's what I want to know.
I ain't even sure, to be honest with you, but like I said,
You're the
pass
city
that-
manager. Who else is going to know if you don't know, sir?
Well, I work for the commissioners and they are the governing body behind that. Like I said, back to the charter, it also is our governing document. We talk about travel and training. It says the same thing. It's applicable to them as well.
Is it not true that the city commissioners come to you to look for guidance on these rules?
This commission has come to me.
I didn't say her. I said the commissioners in
Oh.
general. They come to you to look for guidance
They come
as a
to-
city
They
manager,
come to
correct?
me for guidance, correct?
And so you cannot guide them on why it says executive employees are not excluded from the applicability of these policies, can you?
Yeah, but I can't guide them on that.
And also on October 31st, in front of this board, you raised your right hand, swore to tell the truth, and you told the board that the travel budget for commissioners was $5,000, didn't you?
I might be mistaken.
You did, didn't you?
Mhm.
Just like you're making a mistake about what's in that handbook. I don't have any other questions.
I have a question. Isn't it true a city commission is an elected official? It's
Yes.
not an executive
Correct.
official.
Correct.
So even if it does say an executive official is excluded, that
Yes.
does not include the elected official
Yes.
of city commissioners,
Correct.
correct?
That's correct.
Would that handbook make it correct?
Yes.
And it's your understanding as a city manager that you can't, even if the budget, like I say, it doesn't make a difference what the budget is,
Mhm.
but it does make a difference what you use the credit card for.
Yes.
And even if she was within the budget, the misuse of the credit card is the offense, correct?
That's why we're here. That's why yes.
And that's a violation.
Yes.
Okay. And as a city manager, and that's what you believe.
I believe in total transparency and everybody expects us to value their tax dollars, but more importantly, our workforce looking at us. And it's just not, we should be doing this, we should be doing this point blank.
And we shouldn't be eating all over the place
We should not be,
in Waycross on city dollars.
we should not be,
And we shouldn't be feeding other people on
We should-
city dollars.
we should not be.
Even if you took the route to Cordele to Atlanta,
Mhm.
you have no reason to go there and stop there and eat, do you?
Yeah, it's train from point A to point B to the train.
Okay, and the train is start when you get to Atlanta.
Correct.
So all this stuff about if and that's a violation.
It
That
would
should have
be.
been personal use funds.
It would be.
And even if you travel, you still have to spend some of your own money, right?
You shouldn't be. We pay for we pay for the registration, the training. And we pay for the food. You allot the meals. You get a gas per diem if you don't ride the vehicle. We pay for the hotel or the flight. So everything's kind of built in there.
Okay, so if you decide to go over the amount allotted.
Yeah.
Who's that on?
That's on you.
Okay, and that would be a personal use.
Personal use.
No further questions.
Mr. Rayford, let's be transparent. That handbook in front of you is 2024 handbook, correct?
Correct.
It has not been approved by the commission yet, has it?
It has. We brought it to them for approval.
When was it approved?
I can't remember the date, sir.
You're swearing under oath that the 2024
we
handbook
bought-
has been approved.
No, we bought before then for the changes that we put in there for those changes. So I can't remember the date when that happened, but we did do that.
So you're walking back now. It hasn't been approved. You agree with that?
They are aware of the changes because they was briefed on the changes to the handbook.
But it's not in effect because it has not been approved, correct? All you have to do is answer the question, sir. It's not hard. I know what you want the result of this hearing to be. It's easy to tell, but you've got to answer the questions that are asked. The
I want
2024
it
handbook has not been approved,
I
has it?
want a result. I want all people to follow the rules. I want to take care of people's tax dollars. I want everything to be transparent. That's what I want.
Well, I want you to follow the rules and just answer my questions.
I follow the rules.
Well, you're not answering my question.
Yeah.
The 2024 handbook has not been approved by the commission, correct?
I'm not sure this time. I got to go check the resolution number. I know we brought it before them for the changes.
So the city manager is not sure whether the 2024 handbook that he's testifying to is the policies of the city of Waycross has been approved or not. Check.
Okay.
Again, now I asked you earlier and you finally answered my question and agreed with me, but now you're telling her again that you shouldn't stop in Cordele to eat. So let me ask you this. If I go to New York City to travel to a training, and I leave Waycross at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I drive to Jacksonville, and I get on an airplane, and I have to connect in Atlanta, and then I go to New York, and I get there, I don't know, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the training doesn't start till the next day. I'm not supposed to eat until the training starts the next day.
You want to say that? I said you expected to go to where the train is, drive to the train, not to go anywhere else, because you were using extra gas that way. That's what I said. So I don't think Cordele is in direct drive to Atlanta. I think it's a 4.5 drive. I'm not sure how. I think it's 15 straight there. So expectation would be to drive straight to the place you're going to do training, not to go anywhere else. That's what I'm saying. Now, if you're going straight to the training, or if you're going to Savannah, the places we know we do training at, Savannah and Atlanta, then yes, on that highway, if there's a gas station, something you're stopping, I understand. But to go
Okay.
somewhere else and then come back to Atlanta, it would be a little different.
Okay. Now, and you testified when I asked you that the commissioners and the mayor were the executives of the city, and now you're telling her that they're not. So,
No.
Is it your testimony that the commissioners are not considered executives for the city government of
I didn't
Waycross?
hear you. I didn't hear you. When you was asking that question. I'm saying what the handbook says is elected officials. I refer to everybody as elected official. So they're elected officials. So
Let me show you. I'll show you what's been marked as C21, which is a FY 2023 budget request. You probably recognize that document.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that document?
Yeah.
And what's it say at the top, very top?
the executive division.
General Fund Executive Division?
Yeah.
And who's included on that sheet? The mayor and the commissioners?
Yes.
So the commissioners are executives, correct?
And they are elected officials as well, correct?
All right. I'll ask you again. The commissioners are executives of the city government, correct?
Correct. And they're elected officials as well. That's what I'm saying.
That's all the questions I have.
One follow. Now, Mr. Rayford, as an executive or either as elective official,
Mhm.
do you have the right to spend the taxpayer dollar as you please?
You do not.
Do you have the right to spend money at in Waycross at hogs and bogs and Dairy Queen and wherever you willy-nilly, Dollar General, and
Yeah.
everywhere else you want to go to.
It will have to be official business as outlined in the charter and it's outlined by the governors of the commission.
Okay, Mr. Crawford want us to believe that if you're an executive of the city of Waycross, you can do what you want to do. You can spend the taxpayer dollar the way you want to spend.
Objection, that's not what I said, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, what he indicated was that as an executive, you are excluded from any policy that this city make.
Mhm.
Is as an executive, are they excluded?
No.
Okay, prior to this budget here, did you all have another budget that was approved?
Oh, yes.
Okay, did that budget include travel and what travel?
Travel and training, yes.
Okay, so there's no difference in that handbook than the one prior to that,
Correct.
even if that hadn't been approved.
Correct.
But you don't know whether or not it's been approved or not approved.
Correct.
No questions.
Any more questions for Ms. Williams?
No.
Then this one is the excuse. Blatantly calling your name.
Greg Smith. Greg Smith. Greg Smith.
Across the street.
You come over here, Mr. Gary.
Right here.
Yeah, you just raise your right hand. Mr. Gray, would you please, raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you have a seat right
Right here.
there. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kimberly Copeland, and I represent the complainant. What is your position with City of Waycross?
I'm the finance director.
Okay, what are your duties as a financial director?
I'm over the financial books of the city, and my departments include payroll, purchase, and utility billing, which is water bills. We keep like I say, the books for the city. I'm responsible for reporting to the auditors and helping them for the annual independent audit.
Do you oversee the credit card use as well?
Yes.
Okay. Who issued credit cards for the city of
What
Waycross?
bank?
No, who are giving them?
Who gives them out?
Yes.
I'm sure they go through the accounting department that's under finance under me,
Okay, and who all receive a credit card?
the directors, which are supervisors for the city, the commissioners, the mayor and, city manager
Okay, and what is the purpose of that credit card?
to pay bills,
Their bills?
to pay bills,
What bills?
the bills of the city.
Okay. Okay, when a commissioner get a credit card, what is the purpose of that one?
I would say travel and education.
So it's for travel and education.
Yes.
Could they go to a partisan event?
I've understand recently, I found out recently that they're not supposed to.
Okay. Did you approve, Mrs. Felder to go to that partisan event?
No,
Who approved it?
I don't know.
Okay, but that's something that's not authorized to use the city.
That's what I've been told.
Okay, so that would be considered a misuse of that card, wouldn't it? If it's not authorized, wouldn't that be considered a misuse?
I don't know the rules other than what I've heard.
Okay, okay. I understand you don't want to be here, and okay,
I'm okay.
okay. Now, is it your understanding you can use that card for whatever you want to use it for?
No,
Okay, so if a partisan event is not authorized,
yeah,
would that be unauthorized use?
sounds like it, yes.
Okay, you the financial director, you tell me, you the one over the city
Yeah,
finance.
it's not, the cards are not supposed to be for unauthorized uses.
Okay. Going to Dairy Queen here in Waycross, are either Chick-fil-A, Hog and Balls, Applebee's, Dollar General, would that be city official business that the taxpayers pay for?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you would consider that a misuse, wouldn't you?
Yes, just based on what the information you're giving me.
Okay, do you have a card?
Yes,
Okay, what do you use your card for?
travel and education.
Do you go to
And
Dairy
also, also paying like postage,
Okay,
supplies
for
for the
Waycross,
city.
for the city, right?
Yeah.
Do you take your wife to dinner on it?
No,
Do you take your friends and family to dinner on it?
no,
Do you go in the convenience store, buy you a whole bunch of snacks, $50 worth of snacks?
I do not.
What about going to Starbucks? Starbucks is pretty good and spending $25 and $30 at a time.
I don't do that.
Wouldn't you consider that a misuse of the taxpayers' dollar?
According to the circumstances.
What circumstances would not be?
If I was out of town and.
I said in the city of
Oh,
Waycross,
city of Waycross, I'm sorry. So what's the question?
going to Dairy Queen, Hogs and Bogs,
Yeah.
Applebee's and such.
Yeah.
Would that be considered unauthorized use of the credit card?
I would say yes.
Okay, and you didn't authorize that, did you?
No,
Okay, would that be considered a misuse of the public funds? Our taxpayers' dollar? Could be, or is it?
Could be.
So why wouldn't it be?
If I was taking, like, people in my department for a special meeting, I could possibly use it for that purpose.
But what special meeting will you have at Dairy Queen buying a $5 ice cream cone? Make it make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I could see,
I'm
being
going,
authorized, man.
either going to Popeye's Chicken
Yeah,
and buying two dinners.
I could possibly be authorized to have a Christmas.
We ain't talking about Christmas.
Okay, all
We're
right.
talking about going to Popeye's, getting 2 chicken dinners and 2 sweet teas. Do that sound like a meeting to you? Does that sound, be realistic here? Do that sound like that city business to you?
Depending on the circumstances.
What circumstances would it be to get 2 Popeye's chicken dinners? Or what circumstance would it be in Waycross to go get an ice cream cone from Dairy Queen? There's no circumstances that a city business, isn't that correct?
I'm not,
Did you approve that?
do I approve what?
Spending the money like that, the taxpayers' dollars like that? Did you approve it?
I did not approve it.
Okay. So you would consider that misuse?
Well, it depends on the circumstances.
What would be the circumstances that you can misuse the
Well,
credit card?
sometimes the police department will buy a meal for a prisoner.
That's a prisoner that they transporting because they own city business. So what commissioner transport a prisoner while on city business that they can stop at Popeye's Chicken? When have that ever been an occasion? Could you think of one?
I don't understand the question.
You don't understand. When have a commissioner been transporting a prisoner in order to stop and buy a prisoner a meal?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so that would be considered a misuse, wouldn't it? It's just a simple question. Could you use the credit card for your personal use?
Not for your personal use.
Okay, so wouldn't that be considered personal use, going and buying 2 Popeyes dinners?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it be personal use buying 4 dinners at a steak restaurant on Waycross taxpayers' dollars?
It depends on the circumstances.
What would be the circumstances? Because according to the book, you can only feed yourself. So what would be the circumstance that you could feed 3 other people?
If I took my 3 supervisors out to eat.
We
for a
ain't talking
meeting,
about no supervisor. The supervisor wasn't with her. So we're talking about other people. What would be the circumstances?
If I took out 3 commissioners from other cities that were educating me.
Oh, so you saying if she took her boyfriend from Cardeal as to DC with her, it would be okay to feed him?
It's not my decision.
Cardeal don't give him a credit card? They taxpayers don't pay for him? So is that what you're
I
saying?
don't know anything about Cordial.
Okay, because you just said if you was another city commissioner was training you, what training that another city commissioner can be training you on if they don't already have their own card to use?
I don't understand.
You don't understand? In each one of these city commissioners get a card? All 5 of them?
As far as I know.
Okay, so what would be the purpose of them using her card?
I don't know.
It's no purpose, is it?
I don't know.
What you mean you don't know? How long you been a financial director?
2 years.
2 years?
Yes.
And you don't know?
I don't know.
And you over the city finance?
Yes.
You were voted in?
No.
You were hired?
Yes.
Who hired you? The city commissioners?
They approved me working here.
Or they approve you? So they somewhat your boss, huh?
I don't report to them.
Okay, so. Okay, so you saying that it's your position that they can use this credit card at will. Is that what you're telling me?
No.
That's what you're telling these people?
No, I'm not.
That's
saying
what you're
that.
telling them taxpayers?
I'm not saying that.
So you saying that it's okay to feed other people on the taxpayer dollars?
Yes.
You saying yes?
Yes. I mean, it can be. It depends on the circumstances.
What would be the circumstance?
Objection, it's been asked and answered.
No, he gonna tell me what the circumstance, because he ain't never answered.
He did.
No, he didn't.
Let me give you an example
Yes.
of me taking out the 3 people that report to me for a special meeting or special reward.
That is a city business. I'm talking about,
Yes.
okay, when you're not on city business, what would be the purpose of it?
I don't understand the question.
The question is, why would you take 4 people to eat at Cuts and spend $225 on a steak dinner on taxpayers' dollars? That what would be the reasoning for that? And you don't have any city commissioners with you. Matter of fact, even if you did, they have their own credit card. What would be the purpose of you buying everyone a meal?
I don't know.
That would be unauthorized use, wouldn't it? As much as you don't want to say it, it would be unauthorized use, wouldn't
I
it?
don't understand I don't understand.
You don't understand that you can't use the car for whatever you want to do it for?
No, you cannot use it for whatever you want to do it for. You should use it for business purposes.
Okay. Have you ever gone to Dairy Queen and bought an ice cream cone?
Yes,
Okay, how did you pay for it?
credit card or cash,
Okay, who credit card did you use?
mine.
Okay, did you use the city?
No.
Why not?
No, it's not authorized.
All right then, that's the answer.
Okay.
No further questions.
Now, if you go up there to the DQ with your credit card to meet a constituent for city business as a city commissioner, that would be authorized use to use your credit card at the Dairy Queen, wouldn't it, Mr. Smith?
I don't know the policies for commissioners.
Let me just simplify this. Commissioners spend money on a credit card, correct?
Yes,
They turn in receipts, correct?
that's correct.
They just come to your department, correct?
What, the receipts?
Yes.
Yes,
Y'all authorize those at that point, correct?
we authorize payment.
Same thing with the travel vouchers, correct?
Yes,
You've never rejected paying any of expenses for Ms. Felder, have you?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
You ain't never paid attention to it, have you? But apparently not. You approved them, didn't you?
approved payment.
Yes. You didn't look at the details of what she was spending the money on, or you just didn't care?
I don't understand the question.
Let me speak in plain English to you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you got the credit card and you paid the bill, did you look at what she purchased, the purchase items?
Not for 2 years ago.
You didn't watch what you were paying for? You didn't know what you was approving?
I didn't approve it.
You just paid it?
But it comes out automatically.
Oh, so you didn't look at details, so you don't know what she spent it on?
Not 2 years ago.
What about now?
We're looking at things now closer
Why? Because of misuse?
because of policy.
Okay, well, it was some bills from 2024. You didn't look at those?
I didn't look at every bill.
So you don't know what you paid for. Well, not you didn't pay for it. The city, the taxpayers paid for it. So you don't know what they paid for, do you?
I've reviewed bills after they were paid.
Okay. So you don't care what the taxpayer pay is okay with
I
you?
care very deeply what the taxpayers pay for.
Oh, you do? And yet you approve meals with 4 people that was not on city official business. You approve eating at Applebee's and all these other places around town, including Dollar General and stuff like that, which is not on city business. You approved that, didn't you?
No.
Who approved it?
It comes out automatically.
It comes out automatically, you just pay it, okay.
Yeah.
No.
Any further? May this witness be excused? Yes.
Yes.
The complainant may call your next witness.
That's all I
I'd like to make a motion to the board, Madam Chairwoman. At this time, I would move to dismiss the ethics complaint brought by Clayton Nelson against Commissioner Katrina Felder. They have failed entirely, as far as I'm concerned, to prove by preponderance of the evidence that she has committed the offenses that he brought before this board. That being that she went to the red phone booth. We have disproved that by receipt showing that her and other commissioners and the mayor went to Amalfi Pizza. They brought up the issue, or he raised the issue of this non-partisan or the partisan conference that she attended. We have had no proof here today from anyone that is a violation of the charter. We've had somebody say that they heard that might have been. We've had Mr. Nelson say that he thinks that it is, although he doesn't have any authority in the city of Waycross to know anything. They have not brought any concrete proof before the board here that is not authorized, that she wasn't allowed to do that. And it was not brought up to her when she did it. It was just paid for by the city. Mr. Nelson amended his original ethics complaint against Ms. Felder, alleging that she has gone over budget. And again, those items that he calculated were for January 1st to December 31st. and they have proved nothing, no way that she has gone over budget. We've spent all day talking about her going to the Dairy Queen or to Car Deal or wherever else, and nothing was proven that she's gone over budget on anything. They can't. We have to stick to what they've alleged here before the board. She has to be put on notice of what we're here defending, and for them to just go into all that other stuff, the board would not be authorized to find that she's violated any ethics based on those things. The board would only be authorized to find that she's violated ethics based on what he put her on notice for in his ethics complaint, and they have not proven that. The only issue that we talked about a little bit that was in his amended complaint was this Cut Steakhouse, which they allege was for 4 guests, but they have not brought any information whatsoever that there was actually 4 people there and that she didn't buy food for herself and extra food to eat days later, or that it was people that she could possibly purchase food for. They haven't proven any of that, and it's their burden to prove that before this court, and they haven't proven it, and we would ask that you dismiss this ethics complaint against her at this time.
I respond. Mr. Kraft, first of all, Mr. Nelson complaint is more than just the red phone booth, and more than just about the amount. What he said in there was misuse of credit card use, and that's what I horned in on, because I didn't care about that cap. What I cared about was the fact that she was misusing the credit card. Even if you misuse that credit card by $5, and Mr. Kraft noticed as attorneys, we can't misuse anything. And the commissioner cannot misuse taxpayer dollars. I don't care if it's for $10. I don't care if it's for $2. You all have seen evidence there. And he said that we didn't bring forth evidence of 4 guests. That cuts receipt is their business record. They have no reason to put 4 guests up there unless there was 4 guests. He wants you all to believe a cockamanian idea, because we do create some ideas as lawyers, because I made up some too, that she brought food for days at a time. That's playing on you people intelligence. That's what that is. That's what he's doing, playing on your intelligence. Because if you believe that, use your common sense. That's all you have to do to realize there's been misuse of the taxpayers' dollars. Let's go through our witnesses. You had Mr. Nelson. He told you what he believed, what was abuse, what offended him. Mainly because he was seeing her swipe this credit card all over town. She's swiping her credit card like I swipe my debit card. Just spinning, because she's not been held accountable. And that's what they're doing. And she want to claim ignorance, but she's a very intelligent woman. She knows what ethics is. You don't even have to know ethics to know that you don't have any business of using that credit card the way she's been using that credit card. She knows she's been misusing it. I know she's been misusing it. He knows she's been misusing it. You can look at the receipts and tell she's been misusing that credit card. Use your common sense. You can look at what the budget and how she went over, if not under. Look at what all the other commissioners, there's 5 commissioners. Why is she outspending everyone else at the rate that she's outspending everyone else? Because it's misuse. You use your common sense and look at the documents. Understand the documents. Look at your book, and your book tell you what you can use, what is the travel expense. It ain't hard to see that this misuse. I understand that you all may not want to, and it's a hard position to be in, but you got to do what's right for the citizen. These are taxpayers' dollars. When we're using taxpayers' money, we have to use it with caution. And you know, it's very offensive to go to Dairy Queen and buy ice cream cone or whatever shake on the taxpayers' dollar. Even if I was on city business, which she wasn't, I think I'd buy my own ice cream. I won't be spending just swiping this card like it's my card. I won't be swiping this card at Dollar General like it's my debit card. It's a misuse of the taxpayers' dollars, and she need to be held accountable for it. Either she need to pay it back, she need to, all the overusage she's done, and something need to be done because you all are the gatekeepers of what's right and what's wrong. And we all know what's right and what's wrong. And even if they did get pizza from the red door, it's not about that. It's about the fact that she's misusing this credit card. And I don't care how much she's misusing it for. Going to Cardia is not on the way to Atlanta. And you know what? There ain't even no evidence she was going to Atlanta. It's just that, look at the bill. How many times she went to Cardia? She only went to Atlanta one time. So that is not on official city of Waycross business. She might be on other business, but it's not for the city of Waycross. And that partisan thing, and it's on that bill too, for that Democratic, women Democratic training, that's still an unauthorized use that she used the taxpayer dollars for. So we ask that this the investigation go forward with her. Thank you.
Get the last word on the motion. I might be the only one in here besides my client that goes to Atlanta from Tifton, from here to Tifton to Atlanta and goes through Cordele, but I don't know what to say about that. They've raised conjecture. They've raised an aura of maybe something going wrong here today, but they have to prove it beyond the preponderance of the evidence. You can't just speculate and bring up these things and allege these things and hope that they stick. Like the red phone booth that we have completely disproven. That was the big deal to begin with when he started this thing, and now that's out the window. So now they're moving on to the Dairy Queen and these other issues and raising this aura that maybe she did something wrong, but they haven't proven that she's done something wrong. They have to prove it. These are serious allegations she's making. And the fact of the matter is every one of these swipes of these credit cards is going through the finance department and the city's paid for it. And I understand that it could still be wrong, but it's not. There are gatekeepers besides y'all before it gets to y'all. And it's gone through that gate and it was approved through that gate. They paid for it. They didn't see anything wrong here. And he has not, like I said, he's not put her on notice of all these allegations that he's brought up here today. He's trying to find anything he can to all this is, and I hate to say it, but we all know it. All this is trying to smear her name and get something against her name so that when the election comes up, they can try to put somebody in her seat. That's all it is. And it's failed. And they could have come in here better to prove their case. Like she wants to say that I'm lying to y'all about the cuts thing and that there wasn't other people eating with her and that she wasn't getting food for herself. If they wanted to prove their case and prove that I was wrong and that I was making that up to try to trick y'all, then why didn't they come up here with receipts from the next day and the day after that, after she ate at Cut Steakhouse, to show she ate something else? They didn't, because that's what she was doing. She bought extra food, she put it in the refrigerator at the hotel and ate it the next day. They have not proven their case, and we would ask that you grant the motion to dismiss.
We need a motion to go into executive session to consider this motion.
I wish it would go into executive session.
Yes. I think the board is gonna leave the room and let everybody stay here because we have so many people. So the board is gonna go upstairs to the conference room and we'll be in executive session.
I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was in Pennsylvania the week of hurricane. I was actually.
Was it cooler already?
It's still pretty warm. Actually, don't like when I was at Gettysburg today.
That's amazing.
It is.
It is. There's so much. I mean, the history just, is all over. Yeah, you can read it in the history book. Yeah. And you know about it, but until you've been there and walked those grounds. It was like the first time I ever watched it. You know, I seen what he was on TV. And I went and like the and when I stood at Times Square and looked at all those buildings. I had no
It's a military version of 747.
We went there to put an office trailer. I live in Atlanta. I went there on an office trailer. The guy comes over and says, "Hey, I'll take you for a ride."
The Board of Ethics hearing is convening. Before us, we have the respondents' request for or move for dismissal of the complainant's case based on insufficient evidence. I make the motion that we continue with the case. All in favor by the sign of aye? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
We will continue with the case.
So for the record, that was 4-1.
It was,
3-2.
3-2.
I'll call Marion Solomon Gaines.
In front of you?
Ms. Gaines,
Solomon Gaines?
Ms. Solomon Gaines.
Yes, sir.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hello.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Marion Solomon Gaines.
Were you previously a city commissioner for the city of Waycross?
Yes, I was.
From what years?
July of 2004 through 2021.
Okay. Were you familiar with travel and training and spending on, well, let me ask you this. Did you have a credit card while you were a commissioner?
I did.
And were you able to spend money on that credit card for
Yeah.
travel and training purposes?
Yes.
If you were going training somewhere, say you were leaving Waycross to travel to Atlanta, would it have been appropriate for you to buy food in Waycross since you were leaving to go to Atlanta as part of that travel and training budget?
Whether or not it was appropriate, I never did that, but I guess I could have.
Okay. You're not aware of anything saying that you couldn't do that?
No.
Okay. And as a city commissioner, you didn't have a per diem, you just had the travel and training budget that you had to stay within the
Yes.
restraints of, right?
This is his witness. He need to make her testify. Not me.
She can answer the question however she wants to.
But you need to ask the question properly.
Will you repeat it?
as a city commissioner, you didn't have a per diem, you were just had the general travel and training budget that you had to stay within.
Yes, each commissioner, initially, the commissioner's budget was all one group, just in one big pot. We ended up changing that because a particular commissioner was basically going to training all the time. So if I got ready to go to training, for example, I didn't have money because it had already been spent. So at that point, we requested that each commissioner's budget be separate. Okay, so even if let's say I spent all my money for whatever reason, I can go to another commissioner and say, hey, I really want to go to this training in DC or whatever, but my money is spent. Or I want to go to a training in Atlanta because I spent my money in DC, for example. Then that commissioner could agree to give me part of their money. But the commissioner's budget at that time was one big pot, but it was divided out so that one person couldn't spend everybody else's money. So it was not a per diem, it was a budget.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kimberly Copeland. I'm representing.
How you doing,
Plano.
Kimberly Copeland?
I'm fine. I
Good.
think I met you before,
Yes,
but
we
I'm
know
not.
each other, yes.
Okay, I thought so. Now, as a commissioner,
Mhm.
you was commissioner in 2004 and 2021.
Yes.
Were you free to use the credit card at will?
Okay, say that again.
Were you free to use the credit card for whatever you wanted to buy?
Not for whatever I want to buy. I couldn't, for example, I could not use the credit card to go to Sears and purchase a refrigerator, for example.
Okay.
But if it was for training, which included, food, travel, hotel, that sort of thing.
Okay, could you feed multiple people with it?
Yes.
Okay, show me where that's at in your policy.
It's not in the policy. May I give you an example?
Sure.
Okay, so we had our first and only African American fireman, chief of the fire department, Chief Scott, to come into Waycross. Chief Scott came to us from Albany, Georgia.
Mhm.
Okay, and when he came, he had about 10 of his head people from Albany to come into Waycross with him, including the secretary. So it was about maybe 10 to 15 people. Here at the city, we did not plan a reception for this man. We had nothing. And so when he came in, I approached our mayor, who was Mayor Fluker at the time, and said, look, this doesn't look good. We need to at least provide lunch for these people. They've come all the way. So he said, okay, that's fine. Just put it on your credit card. So I went upstairs to Marsha Kilmar at the time, who has Robin's position, whose position Robin has now, and let her know this is what I'm going to do. The mayor has approved it, and I took them to lunch on the city's credit card. Another example
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Wouldn't you agree that was city business that you?
Oh, yes. Mhm.
Okay, so that would be fine.
Can I give you another example?
Okay.
There's several. I can give you several.
Oh, no, I don't need all the
Okay,
examples.
well,
What I
okay.
need to know is, could you use it for personal use? That's not city business.
Not for personal use, no.
Okay, could you go, when you're in town, just go on your personal time, go eat at, Dairy Queen, here in Waycross, and, Applebee's in Waycross, Dollar General in
It
Waycross.
depends upon the situation.
Okay. I understand that you are their witness, but we're talking about taxpayers' dollars.
I understand. It
Okay,
doesn't matter. I'm gonna tell you the truth. It doesn't matter whose witness I am.
okay,
Okay.
okay. So if you're here in Waycross
Mhm.
and you're going to eat at Applebee's, you agree that is not city business.
It could be.
Okay, tell me how would it, no,
Okay.
first of all, do you have any evidence that it is?
Do I have any evidence that it's what? That it could be?
No, that it was city business. That's what we're talking about. We ain't talking, I don't want to talk about speculation,
No. I'm
possibilities.
going to give you an example. if
Okay.
I may. Okay. So if we, for example, if we have a visitor that comes to, and I've been approached about this. If we have a visitor who's here at City Hall, let's say they're from Macon, Georgia,
Mhm.
and the mayor or someone approaches me and say, "Can you please take her to lunch or take him to lunch?" Then I could do that on the city's credit card, in the city's business.
That's approved,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
What I'm talking about, when it's not approved,
When it's not approved,
yes.
when you say approved, are you saying that it's approved by the commission, or, because it could be,
Not approved by you who's
Okay.
using the card.
right?
Okay. Approved by the body that you answer to.
No, it could be one person tells me to go ahead and do that.
So you mean to tell me,
One person in authority at the city. It could be a department head. Can you please do this? Yes.
Okay, a
It could be the
department,
mayor.
okay.
Can you please do this? Yes. Any-
okay, a
someone in
department
authority.
head could tell you that.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, a department head, not anyone.
No, not just anyone off the street. No,
Okay, so could you just go to Dairy Queen and get your ice cream?
no,
Okay. Could you go to Popeye's Chicken, just buy you and your friends something to eat?
no.
Could you go out to eat and buy 3 of your friends something to eat on the credit card?
It depends where we are. I mean,
Okay,
if it's at a training and it's another commissioner, yes, we've done that too. That's been
Okay.
done. Yes.
no. What I'm asking you,
Okay.
there's no evidence that it was another commissioner. If you take other people, who all you can feed on that credit card outside of yourself? Without authorization, that is.
Another commissioner, or even I've even at trainings taken a city employee and put them on my credit card. We ate at the same place.
Was that authorized?
It doesn't have to be authorized. It's a city employee, and I'm a commissioner. We're at training together. So yes, that could be done. Yes, it
Okay.
could be. I don't know what the rules are now.
Okay, so you don't know what the rules are now.
I don't know the rules. I've been gone for almost 2 years. Well, almost 3 years. Almost 3
Okay.
years.
So if that book says that for city business
Mhm.
and travel and training expense
Mhm.
for that card, is that what it's supposed to be used for?
Okay, say that again.
If it says for travel and training, you would agree Waycross is not travel, right?
It depends. Like I told you earlier,
Let
it
me
depends
oh,
what this situation is. It could
So-
be in Waycross.
okay, you travel to Waycross?
No, but I spent money in Waycross on that credit card.
So you telling me you misused this?
Nope, that's not what I told you. You misunderstood. You misunderstood what I told you the first time. Another example I'm gonna give you where I spent money on that credit card in the city of Waycross.
With authorization.
It depends. When you say authorization, let me give you an example.
No, let me ask you the question. Okay, I don't want an example.
Okay,
So,
I'm just gonna tell you when I did it, and I want to make it clear that it was not a misappropriation on my part for that with that card.
okay,
Okay.
okay,
Okay.
okay. Now, if you go to eat for yourself, just yourself
No,
at
I would not use
Applebee's,
the card. No, ma'am.
okay, so that would be a misuse.
Yes.
Okay. If you go to what was that? Chick-fil-A, just yourself to get a sandwich, that would be a misuse, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
Stopping at the gas station, buying all the knickknacks, that would be a misuse,
It
wouldn't it?
depends. If you're on your way out, I can see us, doing that.
Okay,
Getting snacks. If you're on your way out,
okay.
out of town.
Let
for
me
a training,
ask you this here.
I can see that.
Your personal credit card,
Mhm.
would you charge knickknack or would you use your debit card? Would you pay interest
I will use
on
my
knick-
on. You mean the city card versus my personal debit card?
No, if you went in the store
Okay.
personally, as a human being,
Mhm.
as a regular person, would you use your debit card to buy a Snicker bar, or would you buy it on your credit card to pay interest on it?
I probably pay cash for Snicker bar.
Okay, so again, if you were buying knickknacks using a debit card, it's like cash.
Mhm.
You would use that opposed to using your credit card, wouldn't you?
I would.
Okay. You wouldn't be walking around just swiping the card just because you have it, would you?
No.
Okay. And everywhere you went, you just wouldn't want to be spinning up on the card, would you?
It depends what it's spending on. You say everywhere I went. Everywhere I went in Waycross or everywhere I went
Into-
while I'm off.
Why
training.
you anywhere? Waycross anywhere.
Yeah, it depends. I can't. You want a straight yes or no? And I really can't, because there are examples where it may be yes, and there are other situations
No
where it
further
may
question.
be no.
Okay.
It may be no. It depends.
Was food an allowable expense when you were a commissioner?
Say that again.
Was food an allowable
Oh,
expense?
absolutely. Yes.
And you have had approval to eat and use your city credit card in Waycross?
Yes.
And would it be uncommon if you were traveling to Atlanta to stop at a gas station or a restroom and use that credit card to buy snacks while you're on a travel and training trip?
Yeah, that's because you don't want to buy them at the hotel.
Okay.
If you mess around and get them before you leave Waycross, if you hit a convenience store, it's best you get them then, because the hotel is very, very, very expensive.
That's all
The
the questions I
snacks.
have. Thank
I'm
you.
glad you brought that up because she put $70-something while she was on the hotel with snacks. So you wouldn't have done that
$70-something for snacks?
at the hotel because it's
No, I
very,
would have bought
very,
mine ahead of time.
huh?
But that's not saying she couldn't do it. I would have bought mine. I would have brought my snacks ahead of time before I got to the hotel.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
So you saying when you was commissioner, you used it for snacks and your meal and anything you want to use it for?
If I was on my way to a training, let's say I'm going to Atlanta, as I stated earlier, and I realized, oh my God, forgot my snacks. Don't want to get them at the hotel. Then if I'm stopping at a
Let me ask
convenience
you
store,
this here.
or I may try to find a Walmart to stop to. Yes, ma'am.
Why not buy your snacks with your personal money?
Because I'm not going up to their on my personal dime. I'm
Okay.
going because I'm going to represent the city, or because I'm going to training or whatever for the city. I'm not going for myself. If I was
So-
going for myself, that's different.
Okay, so it's your belief that long as you go on a city trip, you can spend on everything you want to spend
I
on?
didn't say everything. If it's food, yes, ma'am. Like I said, I can't go and use that credit card to buy a room size refrigerator, for example.
Okay.
You know, for my own home or cabin or whatever I
Okay.
may have.
Could
If it's
you,
for food, yes, ma'am.
Could you go and spend $225 on one meal?
It depends. If it's me and somebody else, but just me, no, ma'am.
Okay,
just
that's what
myself, no, ma'am.
That's what they're saying. But could you spend it on 4 people?
Of course. I can see 225. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
For 4 people.
Even though if the book says that you can only spend it on you and a spouse,
Which book are you talking about?
y'all book.
I'm not here. It's not y'all.
Okay. If that's what the rule says.
If that's what the rule says, I don't know what the book says at this point. I really don't.
Okay. And so you don't have anything to show that it says what you said is that you could do. You're just telling me that's what your practice were.
It was
Your
let me,
practice.
let me explain to you. When I was on the commission,
That's how you did it.
that's not just how we did it. We had a budget, and if it was in my budget, then I could spend that money in my budget from my budget.
Okay, let me ask you this since you brought that up.
Okay.
If it was in your budget and you didn't have anywhere to go, just because it was in your budget, you could spend
Oh
it?
no! It had to be a trip. Or another example, which you would not let me give. From my budget out at Garlington Heights, for example. Okay,
Mhm.
the city petitioned. When I said the city citizens driving on Carter Z petitioned DOT to put a traffic light there. They did not put the traffic light. What they did, it gave us one of them push button things. You push the button, you go to the middle. Push the button again, go all the way across. And we had to educate those children as to how to do that. Okay, with that credit card, my city credit card, I went out, I bought hot dogs, hamburgers, buns, chips, sodas.
That's city
and
business.
and the police department, I think it was the fire department, one of those departments grilled that meat for those children.
That's
Okay?
city business.
But I spent the money here. Yes, city business, yes.
Okay,
Okay.
we're not, we're talking about something else. I'm not talking about city business. Okay, what I'm asking you, just because you got a budget,
Mm-hmm.
and it ain't no city business or anything like that,
Mm-hmm.
is you saying that you could spend it on what you wanted?
No.
Okay, that's what
That's not what I'm saying. No.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Any other questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
And respondent, you can call your next.
Call
witness.
Diane Hopkins.
Over here.
Ms. Hopkins,
Yes.
would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
State your name for the record, ma'am.
My name is Diane Hopkins.
Are you a city commissioner, Ms. Hopkins?
I am City Commissioner for District 4,
How long have you been a city commissioner?
21 years.
21?
Mhm.
Okay. During the course of your time on the city commission, have you had a city-issued credit card?
Yes,
Do you use that credit card to spend for travel and training and other city business?
I spend travel and training. That's what that budget's for.
Okay. Would it be appropriate to spend money on that credit card in Waycross at any point in time?
Well, I think you should, because if you go and do city business and you got someone coming in here to speculate about the city development or something, I think that would be appropriate to do that.
Okay. And food, is that always an allowable expense?
Well, what we got was a budget, okay? And as long as we didn't go over that budget, we were fine. And the finance director used to keep tabs on that, and if we got close, they let us know. So whether it's 5,000, 6,000, whatever, and I believe in the 2025 budget, it was 10,000.
So you didn't have a per diem, or you don't have a per diem?
No, never have.
And
That per diem, that money is used strictly for the city business. And they never gave us a per diem, they just gave us a budget that we could go to. Because when you go to those training sessions, one might be National Leagues of City, and it might be in Washington, it might be a lot more than when you go to Atlanta or Savannah. And you can't buy a hamburger in Washington for what you can in Atlanta, I can tell you.
yes, ma'am. I'm going to ask you, because if I don't, the other side will. Would it be appropriate to stop on your way to, say, Atlanta for training and buy snacks at a gas station?
Absolutely. I've stopped in Tifton a many a time, went in and got me a bottle of water and just didn't stop till I got to Atlanta. You'd rather for me to buy $1.25 bottle of water or waiting to get to the hotel and have to pay $10 for water in the bottle? Like John, carry on.
So when you go to Atlanta from Waycross, you go to Tifton,
I go
up
to
75
Tifton,
to Atlanta?
I go to Tifton, I stop and take a break before I get on that traffic.
Probably go right through Cordele on
Right.
I-75, don't you?
Absolutely.
Over your tenure as a city commissioner, and you touched on this a little bit a minute ago, has there been times where commissioners have kind of gotten close on budget issues or maybe using the card for something that was questionable and they've been questioned by the finance director or the city manager?
Well, most of the time that hadn't happened, but it did happen in the past. And
Okay.
that person went over that budget, and then he started wanting our budget. But our budget is set for each one for training. And if you may use it all, you may not use it all. And that's the reason we set a budget for all 5 commissioners, so that if one went to a lot more training and overspent their budget, they couldn't take from your budget when you wanted to go, because it'd be running out if they wanted to use yours too. You wouldn't have any money for training.
Are you aware of Ms. Felder making certain requests of the city manager regarding budget issues?
Yes, I am.
And has she been receiving pushback from the city manager on that?
Somewhat, yes, she has got asked for things that she has not got copies of.
Okay. Does that concern you as a fellow city
Absolutely.
commissioner?
Absolutely.
Do you believe that if there's nothing to hide, that the city manager should be providing Ms. Felder with any documents she asked for?
Any documents open records request except executive session, acquiring property, or legal issues. But otherwise than that, everything is open to the public for records. And you can, yes, you can ask for that and supposed to give it to us within 72 hours.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hawkins.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm Kimberly Copeland. How long have you been a commissioner?
21 years.
21 years. How much training have you gotten?
I've gotten a lot of training, but I'm not going to repeat classes and make taxpayers pay for something that I haven't gotten. So when you take so many training classes, there's sometimes nothing left except the repeat, which I think is a waste of taxpayers' money. So I haven't been training the last few years because it was all repeat classes I had.
Did you take an ethics class?
No, I have not had the ethics class.
So, so you've never taken an ethics class, so you don't know what is okay and what is not okay to use.
I know what we got out for the charter.
Okay. And you in District 4?
Yeah.
Okay. So with the credit card use,
Yeah.
you understand that you can't use that credit card for your personal use, right?
Absolutely, I never have.
Okay. And you understand you just can't be swiping the card for every little thing that you want.
Absolutely not.
And you understand that you couldn't be running up there to Popeye's Chicken here in Waycross just buying your chicken there and you and a friend, right?
Well, I can't witness to that because if it was out of town, somebody wanting to come look at the city or pertaining to city business, if you're going to take them out to eat, that's happened before when people's come to this town wanting to look at it.
Let me ask you this here. Do you know rather not?
Pardon?
Do you know rather not Miss Felder was taking anyone out to Popeye's Chicken at 8 o'clock at night?
No, sir, I do not.
So you're speculating, correct?
I don't know anything about her spending expenses here in White Cross.
Okay.
We
Okay.
don't see the expense report anymore when we used to receive it, but we haven't been given that expense report where people trained a long time.
And the taxpayer is the one who pays this ultimately, right?
Absolutely.
And you don't see anything wrong with just spending the taxpayer's dollar any kind of way.
No, I did not say that. There is something wrong with spending taxpayers' money on certain things, and this has occurred before. And then they got charged for it.
And they got charged and went to prison for it, correct?
Not prison, but they got charged for it. But as far as taking someone out to eat here in Whitecross, if it's pertaining to city business and someone's come to town,
But it has to be authorized by the commissioners, correct?
as long as you don't go to that budget, if it's pertaining to business for the city,
Okay, so you saying the only thing you got to say, oh, I'm on city business, let's go out and eat me and my buddy, huh?
no, I did not say that. You're putting words in my mouth. I did not say.
So if it was city business, the commissioners would know about it, couldn't
Not
they?
necessarily.
So how would one?
Well, sometimes we get people coming here that want to look at the city or come down here and talk about different things.
Let-
And
let
I'm
me
sure
ask
it's
you this.
happened, but I haven't never done it.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, what occasion, as Commissioner of District 4, had someone came down and contact you personally to look at City of Waycross on city business?
I've never done that.
Okay, so that never have occurred in that you know of, right?
Not for my expense.
Okay, and you never know nobody else to get a personal call from a commissioner. I'm talking about a commissioner getting a personal call from somebody coming in Waycross just to view something in the city and then have to have a meal.
Let me tell you, I have never experienced taking anybody else with a city credit card in Whitecross, Georgia. But I can't speak for all of the other commissioners because we all have individual districts and we meet with different committees, and I can't speak for that. I don't know
So
what other things
you
they've done.
you was not required to take that ethics training about the
That ethics class is just not too long. We have not too long formed this ethics board. And I haven't taken the class because I got really sick for one thing, so I couldn't travel.
Okay, so when they gave you that credit card, they didn't give you the do's and don'ts, so they just gave it to you?
I just knew not to use it as on anything but the business.
So that was common sense then, wasn't it?
I guess it was for me.
And you were mindful of the taxpayers' dollars, correct?
Absolutely.
No further questions.
I don't have any other questions of this witness.
You're excused.
Thank you.
I would request a 5-minute recess. Madam Chair.
Okay.
Same question. Somewhere along the line, that answer from changed with it. 6 different variations.
I thought I was the only one cold. No, I'm freezing.
This is the worst seat in the house right here.
It's cold. It's cold. I was thinking I need a cup of coffee.
Hey, I don't see nobody else doing this here.
I'm so cold. I'm shivering over here.
That's not very bad. I understand your point, but it's ridiculous. I mean, different variations of the same question. It's like, I don't know, if you hear the question.
You may call your next witness.
We rest.
Okay, so you don't have anything else to present to the board? Would either party like to make a closing argument?
Yes.
Yes.
The burden is on me, so.
A lot of this, ladies and gentlemen, will sound the same from my motion to dismiss. I do not believe that they have met their burden of proof here today. Ms. Copeland has several times talked about a trip with or eating with a buddy, or going out to eat with a friend, or going out to eat with her boyfriend, or my client's boyfriend, or that kind of thing. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. And I want to be abundantly clear here before all of y'all. And I know I do this every day, and I know y'all don't. But it's so important to know that the burden of proof is on Mr. Nelson. That burden does not ever shift to my client. There's been some comments made by that side like it does, but it does not. They have to prove that she has done something unethical with that credit card, and they have not done it. I would submit that they haven't come close to doing it. We are sitting here all day long, all afternoon long. I usually like to knock off about 2:00 on Friday afternoons. My wife's probably going to leave me. But talking about food, that's all we're talking about. She didn't go to the movies on her city credit card. She didn't go buy her a new wardrobe on her city credit card to wear to training at Washington, D.C. She didn't go buy her some new shoes. She did none of that. She didn't go buy her friends something because they haven't proven that. She has done nothing but buy food. That's what we're talking about. We're here talking about food. And we're talking about a system of checks and balances where you have heard the city manager say that nothing's been said to Ms. Felder about these things. You've heard the finance director say that there's never been an issue with Ms. Felder and her credit card usage. But yet here we are with her facing some very serious consequences before the five of y'all. And I submit that's where the problem is with the city of Waycross. That's where the problem is. And you've heard testimony from several witnesses that haven't actually come out and said it, but they've alluded to it, that these problems have been going on a long time, where if there is a problem, it should be handled long before it gets to the five of y'all. This isn't y'all's job to determine whether an ice cream cone at Dairy Queen is an allowable purchase. That should be looked at long before it gets to here. And as far as I'm concerned, that's all we're here for now. We know the red phone booth's out. We haven't seen any proof that she can't go to a partisan conference, or a bipartisan conference, as they called it. And they haven't proved that she's gone over budget on anything. We're talking about some food purchases that they question. They've tried to make it like she's going out of her way to go to Cordele. Everybody in here knows that that's the fastest way to get to Atlanta, is go to Tifton and hit 75. She does those things on travel and training. We've had 2 respected city commissioners come in here and testify before you. Stay here all day and testify that food is an allowable expense. There is no per diem for city commissioners. There never has been. They have to just stay within their budget. And that buying food in Waycross is allowable under certain circumstances. And they have not proven that those circumstances are not what we have here. And they have to prove it. Ms. Felder doesn't have to prove anything to this board. They have to prove it. They can't just hope and wish. They have to prove it to y'all. And they have not done it. They have not proven anything by preponderance of the evidence. And you heard Commissioner Hopkins testify about my client trying to get into some of these financial issues of the city with the city manager, and he's shucking and diving her every chance he gets. And then he comes in here and clearly, biasly testifies against her and Commissioner Nelson. And I want y'all to consider that when you make your decision too, because their testimony was very biased, and it shouldn't be. It should be, especially the city manager, he should be very neutral. And he's not. And I submit to you, it's because he knows that he's not doing what he's supposed to do to have these checks and balances. He doesn't even know what's in the handbook. He doesn't even know that executives aren't subject to the handbook. He doesn't even know what the budget is, because 2 weeks ago he told y'all the budget was $5,000 under oath, raised his right hand and swore to y'all that it was $5,000. And then today he comes in here and tells you it's 10. And she's the one before y'all. She's the one we're worried about. This needs to be a top to bottom look in the mirror and let's get this thing right. So we don't come here and spend all 5 hours on a Friday afternoon again dealing with something this silly. And I'm not saying taxpayer dollars is spending of that is silly, because it's not. But the fact that we're here on these few issues of a credit card, it blows my mind. And at the end of the day, they have not proven by a preponderance of the evidence that she has misused anything. The burden is solely on them. We have testimony that that using the card in Waycross or using the card in Cordele is allowable, which makes sense. And I would ask y'all, when y'all go into executive session, to determine that she has not violated the code of ethics. And if by some chance y'all do decide that she has violated the code of ethics, I think that the very most minimal reprimand would be the only thing that would possibly be appropriate if y'all do decide that she has violated the code of ethics. And thank y'all for your time today.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be brief. This is a very important issue because even though they may think it's a minute issue that we bring up food and different things of that nature, it's not about that. It's about the misuse of the credit card. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the actual item itself. It's the misuse of the credit card. And he keeps saying that we hadn't carried our burden. The burden is preponderance. Preponderance just means tilt. What he's telling y'all about is beyond a reasonable doubt burden. That's when you got to prove all without a shadow of doubt. I don't have to prove that. I just have to prove by preponderance of the evidence that's most likely than not that she violated ethics. You can look at the bills. You can look at the receipts. That in itself shows that there's a violation. He wants to throw slight on the witnesses that came forth on the complainant side. Those are city commissioners who know what the rules are. You had the city manager who know what the rules are and what is authorized for a commissioner to spend. And he told you all what it was. He tried to trick the city manager up with executive and elective official. A city commissioner is an elective official. That's what they are. And they have to abide by certain rules. And they have to be accountable to the taxpayers' dollars. Because none of the taxpayers will allow anyone to run freely with a credit card as Ms. Felder have. And then we're going to turn to their witnesses who he claimed is not biased. It could be easy to rebut this stuff. He talking about with the evidence. We brought evidence that she fed 4 people. They ain't bring no evidence that we didn't feed. She didn't feed 4 people.
We don't have to bring any evidence to this hearing whatsoever. That's not how it works.
You brought evidence when you put 2 people up that was your evidence. He brought witnesses. That is evidence. None of his witnesses could testify that it wasn't 4 people. She don't have to testify. He's absolutely right. But he decided to put witnesses up. He put up evidence. He didn't bring no evidence to show, rebut anything that we claim. We claim that she was feeding multiple people. His 2 witnesses didn't do that. Only thing his 2 witnesses did was tell you all, we may have violated the rules too, so it should be okay. And that's the whole argument is this here. Other people are violating the rules, so don't look at me. But she's had ethics training. The last witness they had didn't even have any ethics training, so she don't know what's ethics and what's not ethics because she hadn't had any training. But we know Ms. Felder had. Ms. Felder knew very well what she was doing when she was using and spending the city credit card as it was her own. And that's what she was doing. If you all take the time and examine the documents that's been presented to you all, it's not whether or not she went over the budget or not. It's whether or not she misused the card. And that's what I keep hammering with, the misuse of that card. They didn't put up any evidence. They just put up speculation that Well, they could have had some city business in Waycross. It ain't no evidence that it was city business in Waycross. And if so, why she's the only one who got city business in Waycross? She the only one got city business at Popeye Chicken. She the only one got city business. And he said, we talk bringing up food. She should pay for her own food. That's personal use. That is not city business. That's why we bring it up. That's something, I understand that she have to eat. I have to eat. Everyone have to eat. But you pay for it on your own dime. You don't pay for it on the city dime, as she have done time after time after time. And when you're going on trips, that's not a way that you could take friends and family and just spend on the city credit card. Why she do it? Because she don't want to use her own money, because she have to pay it back. Why not use the taxpayer dollar, which is wrong, you know? And if you think about your own personal self, because this is common sense. I know I don't go and buy sodas and ice cream and different things on a credit card. I might do it on a debit card because I'm not paying interest on stuff of that minute. But you know what? I guess it's okay because it's taxpayers' dollars, so we don't care. But we should care about the taxpayer dollars. I don't care if it's $5, $10, or $15. But when you go through those bills, you're gonna see it's multiple dollars that she spent on the taxpayers' dollars. And it was not for city business. Thank you.
I thank you both, the complainant and respondent, for your presentations and your professionalism. This concludes the hearing in this case. I thank the public for attending, and the board will now adjourn to executive session to deliberate. Is there a motion to adjourn to executive session?
Motion to adjourn to executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just to be clear, Madam Chairwoman, I know that the rules allowed y'all up to 5 days. Are y'all intending on staying here and making a decision tonight, or are y'all going to let us know later? I mean,
Well, I'm speaking just freely right now, but I don't think we're going to make a decision tonight.
so we're free to go.
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Glad you well.
We stay here. Yeah.